Sound check, June 10th, sound check. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee to order. Just before we start, there's a few items that we'll run through. Please be advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternative format. Today is the first meeting that we are conducting using a hybrid format, so please forgive us as we work our way through the bugs. Some of our members are attending in person and others are via WebEx, and the committee has not met in person since February 20th, 2020. It is our role as an advisory committee to the City of Hamilton Council that we must act in accordance with not only provincial legislation, but also with the city's policies and codes of conduct. We shall maintain decorum during our proceedings. We shall act with honesty and integrity. We shall maintain an open and cooperative atmosphere, and although we may differ in opinion, we will be respectful to all. Before we go through our roll call, and again, just an item I want to bring up, I want to extend thanks and appreciation and gratitude to city staff, to the Heritage Planning Group, to members of the Clerk's Department. As I mentioned, we haven't met in person since February 2020. That's almost 2.5 years of virtual meetings, and although that we've gone through a very challenging time, that didn't mean that work stopped. If not, it was more challenging and even more work to take place. So I really want to extend gratitude and thanks to staff. And also I want to thank all of our members of the committee, because it has been a challenge, but you have had patience and you've been dedicated and done a lot of work over this last little while. So as we move into our meeting, I'd like to do our roll call. If you could just please acknowledge your attendance. Councillor Pearson. Here. Janice Brown.
Present.
Karen Burke. Graham Carroll.
Present.
Charles Dimitri.
Present.
Lynn Ludstead.
Present.
Robin McKee.
Here.
Timothy Ritchie.
Present.
Will Rosart.
Present.
Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda today?
Just listening to the doors. Yes, Madam Clerk, Madam Chair, we do have under communications items, we have item 5.1, correspondence from C. McGill respecting objection to 164 Mary Street inclusion on the Beasley neighborhood inventory, with a recommendation that it be received and referred to item 8.2, the Beasley neighborhood inventory. We have 5.2, petition respecting cultural heritage designation of the Ancaster High School grounds, and the recommendation is that it be received and referred to item 8.1, which is the cultural heritage assessment of 374 Jerseyville Road West, Ancaster, the Ancaster High School, PED 22113. We have correspondence item 5.3 respecting the cultural heritage designation of Ancaster High School lands. We have a series of letters, first from Melissa Tancredi, Ron Foxcroft, Tim Harvey, and Bob Young. Under delegation requests, we have 6.1, Nathan Morgenstern respecting the opposition to the Beasley inventory. And we have item 10.1, Inventory and Research Working Group meeting notes of April 25th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I have a mover and a seconder on the motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I literally see Graham, and I see Councillor Pearson.
And as we did when we were doing a virtual meeting, is there anyone opposed? And seeing none, that item is carried. Are there any declarations of interest today? Seeing none, we will move on to our approval of the minutes of our previous meeting. We have before us the meeting minutes of May 13th, 2022. May I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
I see Janice and I see Tim.
Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Under our communication items, we have several communication items on the agenda today. Are there any questions in regards to those? We have item 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. No questions? If not, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve these items as presented?
I see Janice and I see Graham.
And is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Under our delegation requests, we have a delegation request for today's meeting It is Nathan Morgenstern respecting the opposition to the Beasley inventory. Are there any questions? If not, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation for today's meeting?
I see Tim, and I see Lynn.
Is there anyone opposed? If not, that item is carried. Okay, and our delegation will speak at the time of the item. Under consent items, we have several consent items to be received. So we have items 7.1 to 7.3. Are there any questions on those specific items? If not, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive?
I see Janice, and I see Tim.
And as we move to vote, is there anyone opposed? Seeing no one, that item is carried. Under our staff presentations, today we have a presentation, delegations, and accompanying reports that will follow in this process. Staff presentation will be to be received. We have a delegation with a 5-minute time limit to be received, and then we will move on to the staff report with recommendations. So Stacy Kursakowski is here with our first staff presentation. And if we could ask members in the audience if they could please turn all of their electronic devices off or onto mute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Stacy Kursakowski, Heritage Planner for the City of Hamilton. The item before us today is the potential designation for 374 Jerseyville Road West in Ancaster. And we have with us members from ASI who will be providing an overview of their findings. They did conduct a cultural heritage assessment for the property, and they will be presenting via the digital option. So if I can hand over to ASI to present their findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy, and good morning, and thank you everyone for having us here today. To provide an update on the results of the Cultural Heritage Assessment ASI was retained to complete at the Ancaster High School. I'm Rebecca Shera, a partner and principal heritage specialist with ASI. Next. Over the next 15 minutes, we will review the following: who we are, what we were hired to do, and how we did it. And we will then share our understanding of the site's evolution, change, design intent, and relationship to its surroundings, and then present our conclusions with regard to whether this site retains cultural heritage value or interest under the prescribed regulations, and also share recommendations we have made to staff regarding next steps. Next. First, to make introductions. I am Rebecca Shera, a principal with the firm and senior specialist on this file. With me today are two of my colleagues, Annie Veilleux and Meredith Stewart. Annie is a trained facilitator and senior cultural heritage specialist with our firm and led the stakeholder interviews conducted as part of this assessment. Meredith is a project manager and oversaw the archival research and contributed to analysis of the site. Next. ASI became involved with this file in November 2021 when we were invited by the city to prepare an updated and focused heritage assessment for the Ancaster High School property. At that time, we were informed that the property had been previously assessed in 2020 by another firm, ARA, and they had determined that the property did not retain cultural heritage value or interest and did not recommend designation of the property as part of their work. Upon discussion with the city, we further understood that this second assessment was intended to specifically assess the site as a cultural heritage landscape using municipal and provincial evaluation criteria, and to augment the 2020 analysis with stakeholder interviews and additional research to address key cultural heritage landscape specific questions. For example, additional research was to be undertaken to address the following. Next. How does this site and the rear field on it compare to other protected cultural heritage landscapes or similar sites developed in Hamilton or nearby jurisdictions? Is it a formally designed place that expresses an excellence in composition or typology? Is it unique in its layout, design, materiality? Is it a prototype? Is it a last or first of its kind? Is it an evolved landscape? Or does it have powerful religious, artistic, cultural, or spiritual associations that are historically rooted? Next. Does this site feature interrelated parts that when put together form a distinct and significant place? Often when we talk about cultural heritage landscapes, we talk about the whole being greater than the sum of its parts. What are the parts on this site that add up to make a really significant whole? And at what scale does the site's potential heritage significance resonate? Is it significant in and of itself, or does it only have value when you shift scale more broadly? What kinds of patterns does it have or relate to? Is it a CHL as a single property, or is the site meaningless at the property level? Does it only gather meaning when it is paired with other properties, forming a node, corridor, or area? These are some of the questions we sought to address. Next. Cultural heritage landscapes can operate in a lot of different ways, and it's instructive to look at some examples. There are those that are significant as single properties, places like the Cawthra Estate in Mississauga, an individual property with a combination of significant buildings and designed landscape features. Or there is Sealy Park in nearby Waterdown, a site of a 19th century school in military uses, later donated to the village in 1931 for park purposes, and featuring a combination of 19th century building elements, designed features associated with its conversion to a park, and occupying a visually and functionally prominent position in the local landscape. Next. On the other hand, cultural heritage landscapes can operate at a much broader scale of the neighborhood or area, places like a mid-20th century residential subdivision, also in Waterdown, or an iconic covered bridge nestled in the middle of the town of West Montrose in Woolwich Township. Both these places feature multiple properties, some public, some private, and their significance derives from their interrelated parts, such as buildings, structures, lighting patterns, circulation routes, views, and natural heritage systems, for example. Next. As part of this assessment, we had three key inputs: historical and comparative research and analysis to address these questions that I just reviewed, existing conditions of the site today, and stakeholder interviews. I will first briefly walk us through a summary of the results of historical research and analysis. The property at 374 Jerseyville Road remained in a rural agricultural context like much of Ancaster up until the World War II period. The property at this time was consistent with the surrounding area, as we see in the 1943 aerial on the left. The Ancaster School Board would go on to acquire the area shown in red from the Jerome Estate, first in 1957 and then again in 1967. The portion acquired from the Jeromes would have represented the rear half of a former farm lot. Historic mapping suggests that any 19th century buildings constructed on the lot would have been oriented to Wilson Street, well outside of the area, and as shown in red. By 1960, the image in the middle, we see the initial school building constructed, designed by local firm Pratt & Pratt, and a new residential community adjacent, and with road networks linking the school and this community, then known as the Spring Valley Subdivision. This residential community, known as Spring Valley Subdivision, was developed under the Veterans Land Administration Program, developed to specifically house returning veterans. This neighborhood is documented as the first residential subdivision developed in Canada under this program, and the only one to be developed in Hamilton. Next. In the intervening years, the subject site and surrounding area changed. Additions were made to the school within the first 2 years of opening, and then small portions added to the building through the 1960s, with the sizable Macintosh and Moeller wing added in the late 1960s, and with the Aquatic Center capping off the site's evolution by the late 1970s. By the late 1970s, it appears that primary access to the site was fully formalized along the Jerseyville frontage. Previously, through the 1960s and early 1970s, we suspect that pedestrian and vehicular access serviced the site from Taylor Road through the adjacent Spring Valley subdivision. Next. Between the 1960s and 1980s, the surrounding area continued to change. Baseball diamonds and a Little League park were introduced to the east of the site along the Jerseyville frontage, initiated by the Spring Valley Community Association. Later, the Ancaster Lions Pool was introduced on the north side of Jerseyville Road. And during the late 1950s and through the 1960s, the Hamilton Conservation Authority would have been established to manage the Dundas Conservation Area to the north, and with the trailhead ultimately introduced to the rear of the Ancaster Lions Pool sometime later. Today, the site is clearly situated within a broad recreational landscape that is linked to natural heritage systems, and which was also influenced by the Spring Valley residential subdivision, a first of its kind in Hamilton and in Canada. The site itself has hosted the Ancaster Heritage Days tournament, a local festival started in the late 1970s. The property also clearly operates as a private, public, and institutional type of space all at the same time. It is a place of educational instruction, community facility operations, theater performance space, and used for formal and informal community gatherings. Next. The results of stakeholder interviews conducted as part of this assessment touched on ideas that had also emerged from the historical research and existing condition analysis I just summarized. All stakeholders acknowledged the importance of the property given its use for various community events. Comments were also made, though, that any property of this type, such as an educational institution, will have personal attachments, and this would be the case anywhere, on any site of this kind in the province. Features of interest on the property identified by stakeholders were generally focused on the grounds and its uses rather than the school building and its heritage value. The school's location and part of a larger recreational hub, including the Robert E. Wade Ancaster Community Park across the road and nearby conservation lands, was also discussed. Next. Other ideas and themes that emerged from the interview spoke to how the high school reflects the growth and evolution of the community, including the relationship between the school board and municipality, associations between the property and sports teams and other groups who have or actively use the site. Other remarks included a frequent concern for the loss of green space and a general lack of a large park in Ancaster. And some stakeholders questioned the use of heritage designation as a mechanism to preserve green space. Next. Our assessment also involved review of the Stop the Sevens petition book. While this petition did not explicitly ask respondents to comment on the site's heritage value, we reviewed entries to further compile information about the community's local knowledge of its history and potential heritage value. While the majority of entries and signatures addressed opinions on the Severns, select comments reflected on ideas related to the site's potential heritage value. Some common themes that emerged addressed relationships between the field and the broader Ancaster community and specific events, use as a publicly accessible green space and for recreational purposes, landmark qualities of the site, as well as features that commemorate historical land use themes or acts of remembrance. Next. This place is viewed as an important asset valued by various residents. It contributes to their quality of life and is associated with actively occurring events such as the Ancaster Heritage Days. It has also clearly functioned as a personal site for many users, a place where family and or community activities are played out formally and informally. It is a place for stargazing on a clear night, celebrating a winning goal, congregating with neighbors and friends. It is a place that holds many personal memories, and in one instance is documented to be a place of commemoration through memorial tree planting. It is clearly an important site and a touch point in the community, and the long-term plans for these lands clearly matter greatly to the localized community and should be shaped by substantive community input. In many ways, the cover letter to the Stop the Severns petition book captures many qualities of the site really well when it describes the site as a hub of community involvement. Next. The challenge we found in this assessment to determine cultural heritage value or interest as a cultural heritage landscape relates to matters of scale, pattern, interrelationship between parts, and the tests required to meet the prescribed heritage evaluation criteria. It is for these reasons that our work concluded that the property, in and of itself, does not sufficiently meet the provincial and municipal heritage evaluation criteria in a compelling manner. And I want to take the time to explain this conclusion in a bit more detail. Based on the archival research completed, there is no documentary evidence that clearly establishes the lands were explicitly intended or intentionally designed to be used for and preserved as open community space, or that this condition was formally integrated into the terms of sales or physically manifest as part of the design or composition of the site. Moreover, while the subject property may contain older vegetation along the Jerseyville perimeter and the rear field boundaries can correspond to historical lot boundaries, these combined features alone do not sufficiently represent or express themes associated with Ancaster's 19th century development patterns. Additionally, while the property's primary buildings and surrounding landscape were designed by Prack and later by McIntosh and Moeller, the assessment finds that the design of the buildings and the landscape as an educational property and typology are typical of their time, and not remarkable in a significant way in relation to style, materiality, construction method, form, or typology. Also, while the fields themselves have been described as a unique green space and defined by a beautiful setting, our assessment finds that the layout, aesthetic quality, and composition of the fields themselves is relatively common. Finally, the question of how this property expresses themes related to Ancaster's 20th century development patterns is an important one. Our assessment finds that post-World War II growth is a significant story in Ancaster's history, and it may warrant implementation of a conservation framework. However, we determine that the subject property alone does not effectively tell this story in a compelling manner, warranting protection under the Ontario Heritage Act. Next. However, if we shift our scale and look farther afield, looking at patterns between corridors and nodes in the area and the interrelationships between them, we do see that there is a much broader heritage landscape in this area of Ancaster, an area that may merit further assessment and management as a heritage landscape area or district, of which this property would be a contributing part. When understood as part of a larger whole, the subject property may be an important component that expresses Ancaster's post-Second World War II story. However, this is a story that the subject property and its rear fields alone cannot tell. This story's beginnings are rooted in the surrounding area's rich natural setting in the Sulphur Creek subwatershed and its quick conversion to residential subdivision in the 1940s, when the Veterans Land Administration selected lands adjacent to 374 Jerseyville Road to develop as their first purpose-built subdivision in Canada for returning veterans. This community became known as Spring Valley, and within the 2 decades that followed, it influenced development on lands to the north, fronting onto Jerseyville Road, and it became physically and functionally linked with the Ancaster High School site to the west when it opened in 1959. In the intervening years, visual and functional relationships would continue to develop between the Spring Valley community, the Little Lake Park on Jerseyville Road, the Dundas Valley Conservation Lands to the north, and the Ancaster High School site, forming a node that has a distinct built form, sense of place, and scenic amenity, and which together may be a significant cultural heritage landscape. As such, this assessment recommends to the City of Hamilton that the subject property should be assessed as part of a larger area combined with its adjacent properties. This will provide it with the appropriate context, scale, and interrelated features to enable the significance of the site and area to resonate, be expressed, and then be managed as appropriate, either under the Ontario Heritage Act or through other appropriate mechanisms. Next. That brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. I want to thank everyone for the generous amount of time provided today, and would just like to thank the following: City's project manager, Stacy Kursakowski, all of the stakeholders interviewed, the Hamilton Wentworth District School Archives and Local History and Archives Department at the Hamilton Public Library, as well as resources such as Tricia E.G. Schulis' thesis work and the Stop the Severance of the Ancaster High School Grounds petition book. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Rebecca. Stacy, did you have anything you'd like to add to the presentation?
Through you, Madam Chair. I just simply want to add that the staff's recommendation is consistent with the findings of ASI's assessment, and we would like to add it to the inventory. That's our recommendation, that we add it to the inventory for future potential review and assessment. This would allow staff to request cultural heritage impact assessments should Planning Act applications be submitted in the future for this property, as well as those identified by ASI. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. We'll now open the floor to questions. Do we have any questions for the presenter or for the consultant? For Stacy. Go ahead, Jim.
Yes, I'm so confused. I haven't done this in a while. Through the chair, I would like to present this question. I forget your name again. Could you help me? I can hardly see it. Rebecca. Sorry, Rebecca. I haven't got long-distance glasses on. Is there an example that you know of a cultural heritage landscape that would be like what you're suggesting as far as this note is concerned, including the school, the Spring Valley area, the ballpark, the Firestone Morgan Recreation Center, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. That's an excellent question. So I think there are many examples in various jurisdictions where cultural heritage landscapes have been identified or protected that consist of multiple properties, some of which may be public or institutional, as well as private properties, as well as conservation lands. For example, our firm undertook work in the township of Centre Wellington over the last several years, of which a number of cultural heritage landscapes were identified that contain multiple properties, some of which would include private properties as well as conservation area lands, as well as institutional features. So I can't say that there's a carbon copy, an example of this specific mix, but I think there are certainly a lot of different precedents in various jurisdictions in southwestern Ontario.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Councillor Ferguson, you'd like to speak?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I do have a comment I'd like to make. Number one, behind me today are some residents of Ancaster who took the time away from their work to come out and be with us today. And for your information, 11,500 people signed a petition urging council, and by extension the Heritage Committee, to prevent this from being developed into condos. And this is a very critical issue in my community. I do represent Ancaster and West Flamborough, and that's a significant number. I've never had a petition with 28% of my constituents signing it, looking for support from the community, from the community leaders to preserve this heritage site. Heritage is important to Ancaster. We celebrate Heritage Days. You saw that in Rebecca's presentation. In fact, starting tonight, we're having our Heritage Days weekend. The parade kicks off at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, where we celebrate the heritage, and goes into the afternoon at our new art center, which is about to open. We'd like to open it tonight, but the seats didn't show up yet. They're stuck on the ocean somewhere. But it is ready to go, and it's all part of our Ancaster Memorial Art Center, which is part of Ancaster's heritage. My only ask of you at this time is Mark Badner is going to be presenting on behalf of the citizens of the community. He's put a lot of work into doing research on this. He educated me on a few things. I actually read some minutes from when my father was a member and chair of the high school board. And so he's got an interesting presentation, but he needs 10 minutes, not 5. So if the member of the committee can move that he be given a 10-minute time, I think the group here today, the people at home and myself would be very appreciative. So I put that ask out to you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Before we move on to our delegation, I was just going to ask, is there any further questions regarding the presentation? Will, did you have a question, Will? Okay, well, we'll do one step at a time. So first, we're dealing just with the presentation. So do we have any further questions on the presentation or comments? If not, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive? Oh, you have a question?
Sorry,
ahead,
I'm so sorry. It's the way it was posed by Alyssa. Any questions on the presentation? Does that include what our staff person, Stacy, said? Can I ask a question of her? Thank you. Through the chair, Stacy, if this proceeds and this property goes on the inventory, could you tell me exactly what that means? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. That simply means that it would be treated like any other inventoried property within the city. So if staff were to receive a Planning Act application on the property, staff will assess it, and there is a policy within the official plan that we could request that a cultural heritage impact assessment be prepared and that be assessed against the character of the area that has been outlined by ASI to ensure conformity and consistency.
Through the chair, Stacy, I have another follow-up question. Could you give me the difference between inventory and register?
Through you, Madam Chair, the difference between inventoried and registered is that registered, there's a timeline for a demolition request. So if there was a demolition proposed for a registered property, there's a 60-day timeline. An inventoried property, there is no timeline. There's no delay that we could issue a demolition permit on that.
So we have in the next speaker request is Chuck, and then I see Will has a question as well. So Chuck, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question was along the lines of what Janice just asked. So it's a bit repetitive, but perhaps from a slightly different perspective. If city staff went ahead and either did a follow-up cultural heritage assessment on the grander context or enlisted a third property, that presumably that would take a significant or take a more than a short matter of time. Could you give a perspective of the timeline, and then also any other impacts that it might make with respect to other decisions on this property, like say with committee of adjustment as an example? Is there any cross impacts on other activities that a further analysis would impact?
Through you, Madam Chair, just in terms of a timeline, while staff are not suggesting that a full assessment of all of those properties be done at this time, there is a pending cultural heritage landscape inventory and management project that will eventually be undertaken by the city. There is no timeline identified with that. However, there has been information obviously provided through ASI's report that does speak to the general context of the property in relation to the surrounding landscapes as well as the subdivision next to it. And in regards to the other impacts, sorry, Chuck, can you please there was a lot to that question. I just want to make sure I'm answering everything.
Sorry, Stacy, I think you covered most of it, but the only other question or aspect of it was, is there any other committees or activities that might be impacted? Like, and the example that I gave, and I'm not sure it's relevant, is committee of adjustment.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. So with regards to any other committees, so a Planning Act application, that would be a committee of adjustment application, so that if the property was identified as a cultural heritage landscape inventory and an application came in through that, that's where we could request an additional study be done with regards to that. Thank you.
And Will, you were next with a question.
Current status with the Board of Education in regards to this property.
Sorry, can you please just repeat that? I just didn't hear the one key word, I believe.
Oh, what is the current status with the Hamilton Board of Education in reference to this property?
Through you, Madam Chair, the school board is the owner of the entirety of the property.
And have they done any further action in reference to it?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, they have not.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Is there any further questions? If not, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation?
Spoiled for choice. I see Tim and I see Lynn.
And as we move to vote, is there anyone opposed to receiving the report? Seeing none, that item is carried, and we'll move on to our delegation. So I'd like to please welcome Mark Bader, respecting support for the Heritage Committee decision regarding the Cultural Heritage designation of the Ancaster High School grounds. And we It was suggested that Mark's presentation may be more than 5 minutes, so it is up to this committee if they would like to put forward a motion to extend the presentation.
I see Councillor Pearson has raised her hand.
Councillor, is it a question or are you putting forward the motion?
I'm prepared to move a motion to allow the presenter to go over the 5 minutes.
Wonderful. And I think we have Will is seconding it as well.
Thank you.
As we move to vote on that motion, is there anyone opposed to extending the time? Seeing none, that item is carried. Thank you very much. So welcome, Mark, and you do have the additional time to present.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Mark Bader, and I represent over 11,500 residents of Ancaster who all signed this book. This is the petition book that is referenced by the assessment firms. Some of these people are here today in council chambers. Thank you all for coming. And to those watching online, thank you as well. We have an important request for the City of Hamilton Heritage Committee. Please stop the sale of this remarkable 18-acre green space. It has been used by the community since the Second World War for informal meetups, community events, recreational and competitive sports, and just to enjoy nature. By recognizing that multiple criteria from both the Ontario Heritage Act and the City of Hamilton Cultural Heritage Framework have actually been satisfied, the Heritage Committee can do the right thing and help prevent severance and sale of this property. How have these heritage criteria been satisfied? The two cultural assessment reports prepared by the archaeological firms of ARA and ASI provide a wealth of knowledge and history regarding the community value of these lands and demonstrate it meets several criteria. With regard to the Ontario Regulation 906 Section 3 criteria for determining cultural heritage value or interest, here is our understanding of the heritage of these lands. Firstly, from these regulations, a property has contextual value in defining, maintaining, or supporting the character of an area. This property's character is supported by the wealth of uses dating back to the Spring Valley neighborhood, a Veterans Land Act settlement in Ancaster, accommodating veterans returning from the Second World War. It is also supported by several adjacent heritage properties in the broader area. To quote the ASI report, there is evidence to suggest that a functional and associative relationship existed between the school site and the Spring Valley residential neighborhood. It continues, there are indicators that the surrounding area may have a significant and important character of which the high school property may contribute. Secondly, from these regulations, a property has historical value or associative value because it has direct associations with an activity that is significant to the community. To the residents of Hamilton, activity that is significant consists of many community gatherings and recreational sports, including large annual events such as the Ancaster Heritage Days soccer tournament, Ancaster High's Dared to Try triathlon and duathlon, and the Ultimate Frisbee tournament, not to mention the almost daily summer usage of the Ancaster Soccer Club. Thirdly, from the city's framework for cultural heritage, the report from ARI shows that the criteria of social value has been satisfied. And I quote, "The landscape is regarded as having importance to the city." The ARA and ARI reports have also recommended the addition of these lands to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan with its accompanying protective attributes. A short history lesson may also help the Heritage Committee see the cultural heritage of this property. In 1957, the Town of Ancaster Council and the Ancaster School Board were made up of neighbors. Things were simpler and done on a handshake. The high school only needed, each organization served the town and nowhere else and collected local taxes. Ancaster needed a new high school, and a great 21-acre plot of farmland was purchased with the help of a grant from the town of Ancaster. The high school only needed part of the land. The extra was for community recreational space. In 1967, when the high school expanded, the same school community spirit prevailed, as the extra land bought was for community events, soccer fields, the town aquatic center, and a 700-seat auditorium. The meeting minutes of the June 1966 Ancaster Town Council's Recreation and Education Committee prove beyond a doubt the land was for the school and the community. It reads, and I quote, "Your committee met with the members of the Ancaster High School Board, and discussion took place with respect to a new high school site and recreational facilities for the high school students and residents of the municipality." Since those days, thousands of soccer kids continue to embody the vision of the school board and the town council. The townspeople of Ancaster demonstrate their wisdom regarding the community value of this land by using it for everything from charity fundraisers, sports tournaments, and the Ancaster Heritage Day celebrations that we have already mentioned, or to just walk in a beautiful green space with trees as old as 100 years. Mr. Tim Harvey, a teacher at Orchard Park High School, organizes an Ontario-wide ultimate Frisbee competition each year for over 600 kids using the soccer fields behind Ancaster High School. Mr. Harvey has said, and I quote, "I don't have any other place to take these kids where they can all compete together in one place." A letter of support from Mr. Harvey has been forwarded to your committee. Each year during Ancaster Heritage Days, the Ancaster Legacy Football Club hosts 170 soccer teams, consisting of approximately 2,550 players from around Southern Ontario to compete for the top spot. The tournament lasts for 3 days, draws thousands of visitors to Hamilton, and generates millions of dollars for local businesses. These days are called Heritage Days because they stem from activities dating back to the 1940s. Please listen to what some of the past and present government civil officials have said about this land. Walter Ferguson, chair of the Ancaster School Board, who led the discussion to purchase the land in the 1950s, and father of current councillor Lloyd Ferguson, said, "The purchase of this land is for the school during school hours and the community the rest of the time." Ann Sloat, former mayor of the Wentworth County Board of Education and a pre-amalgamation Ancaster mayor, said the 45-acre property that includes Ancaster High was originally purchased by the Ancaster High School Board to allow for expansion of the school with green space for sports fields. Steve Robichaud, current City of Hamilton's chief planner, described the land as a landscape with a rich history. Mr. Ron Foxcroft, known as Hamilton's referee and member of the Order of Canada, has also written a letter of support for this land, and it has been forwarded to your committee. Melissa Tancredi, Canadian Olympic soccer champion and Ancaster native, has also written a letter of support for this land, and that has been forwarded to your committee. Mr. Bob Young, Ancaster native and owner of the Hamilton Tiger Cats and Hamilton's new national soccer team, the Forge FC, has expressed his support for the community to continue to use these fields for physical activity as they have for generations in a letter that has been forwarded to your committee. The Hamilton Heritage Committee can save the heritage of this land and the legacy that our community has received from the past by recognizing that we continue to experience the intention of that legacy in the present and value that legacy enough to save it for communities' continued use in the future. I'll leave you with this. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us the need for open space for outdoor activities such as the ones that occur on these fields in Ancaster. Support for the remaining green space available to Hamiltonians has grown exponentially. You can help preserve the last large green space of this size in the Hamilton area. Cities need their open green space, and there is none left in Hamilton that compare to these grounds. A heritage designation will protect this land from any threat of sale. Once it is gone forever. We have a chance here to save it, and with your help, we can. Ancaster considers this land its central park. It has been a cultural hub for community sports and local leisure activities for decades. Although your staff did recommend this land be included in a cultural heritage landscape, in our humble opinion, we feel the Heritage Committee should take one step further and adopt the alternative consideration in the staff report. Guarantee the future of this land, saving it for all time from any severances or sales by voting a firm heritage designation. Thank you for your time and your service to the community of Hamilton. Thank you.
Mr. Bader, before you step away, we have the opportunity for some questions, if you don't mind. So thank you very much for your presentation and for your passion for the Ancaster High School grounds. If we could now start a speakers list, if anyone that has any questions for Mr. Bader. So I think we have Councillor Pearson, Tim.
And perhaps anyone.
Okay. Graham and Janice. So we'll start with you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bader, for the presentation, sir. I just wanted to ask, and because I tried to follow as you were discussing the historical context of Ancaster going back to the 50s, and I'm assuming the fundraising and the purchase, but these lands were purchased by the board. Is that not correct? They were not purchased by the city or the township at the day?
They were purchased by the Ancaster School Board with help from the Ancaster Township. At the time in 1957, the school board didn't have enough money to buy the land. The land was valued at $37,000. The school board didn't have it. The Township of Ancaster granted $12,000 to the school board to help buy the land. So in other words, it was a purchase done between the two. And you could actually argue that the Township of Ancaster owns part of that land.
Well, we could differ on that, sir. I appreciate it. So they gave them a grant. They gave them no different than we give grants to organizations every year for various events. It doesn't mean we have ownership to it. So if I'm getting this right, it's a grant. You say they granted $12,000, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it is the Ancaster School Board that purchased the land, though. It's not the township. So I just want to get that clarity. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Next on our list is Tim. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you through the chair. And so the one that was a wonderful speech and a wonderful engagement. We're there. I am a little confused, though, on what the expectations might be of this committee, and it's an advisory committee, and certainly, you know, I would advise to keep as much things that we have or not, but I feel that like the saving of this land and the preserving it of Ancaster probably should be more directed to the politicians and the councillor in the city to purchase it as city property. I don't even know if a designation would stop a sale. Designated properties sell all the time. It might stop putting up rows of developments on it or something, and maybe is that what the risk is for this land, is that it's going to be heading towards like a development issue? Absolutely. You chopping down all the trees and the things like that.
Absolutely.
So, sorry, just to follow up.
Yeah,
just wondering if you had any. I know your councillor's here, so he's right on the horseshoe. If they've had any motions with the ability for city to buy back this land from the board in any way to put it pretty much that would be forever in the control of the city and the citizens that way.
Our concern is that any development done on the land, we'd lose it. To answer your question, though, I'd refer to Mr. Ferguson as to the city and its potential purchase of the land from the school board.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And so, absolutely. And I know Stacy said there was nothing happened with the Committee of Adjustment, but there has been an application in Committee of Adjustment and to sell the property, or sever the property, I'm sorry. And Committee of Adjustment tabled that until we go through this process that we're in right now. And no question, this discussion today, you're an advisory committee, but you carry a lot of weight. We'll go to Planning Committee, which is a committee, standing committee of council, and ultimately on to council. I would suspect, and maybe Mr. Robichaud can confirm this, that it'll go to Planning Committee next Tuesday if the minutes are ready. Is that true? The clerk is shaking her head yes, and then it'll go on to council the week after that. So this thing will be clearly going for the elected representatives and for final decision. As the clerks always tell me, council is supreme almighty. And so your recommendation will go to planning, on to recommendation to council, and then a final decision would be made. And I would like, Madam Chairman, if I can just clear the record at this time. A question to Mr. Robichaud. Steve, there is an application that went to Committee of Adjustment a long time ago. It was tabled until we could go through this process of a cultural heritage landscape. And if the committee and ultimately planning and council approves the recommendation in the report, what would the staff recommendation be to Committee of Adjustment for their severance application?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. In the absence of any specific details about what the purpose of the severance would be, so if they were just essentially saying for a future conveyance to a third party to do whatever they would want to do with it, we would our position would be that the severance is premature and would be contrary to the general intent of the official plan as it relates to cultural heritage landscapes, and therefore staff would not be in a position to support the application. Would recommend that the committee deny it simply because the application was considered to be premature. If the purpose of the severance was to convey the lands to a third party, i.e. like a land trust, who would be holding it in an open space consideration, then obviously our comments might be different. But if in the absence of any specific details as to the purpose of the severance, we would not be in a position to support it at this point in time. Thank you.
So I think it's important for the committee to know that they would deny the severance application. The school board, and then I'll be quiet because I know Mr. Bader has the floor. But the purpose of them wanting the severance is to sell it. And the Education Act requires them or permits them to sell it to highest and best use. So they don't even have to go through a rezoning. They would just automatically walk in here and put the property up for sale and sell it for a bunch of condos because that's the highest and best use. And that's what this process is meant to slow down. And, you know, if it's cultural heritage landscape on it, they can't even get the severance. It wouldn't be supported by staff. And you can bet Mark and I will be before Committee of Adjustment should that happen to support the staff recommendation to deny. So it's critical to our community, and this is a very important first step. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So on our next speakers, Tim, did you have any other comment or question, or were you okay?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Just one more follow-up to Councillor Ferguson, not to take so much time from the thing. Yes, I guess it wouldn't fall under like the surplus purchasing that city has. That would mean if my question about city purchasing, it would be at top dollar then.
Correct. Highest and best use would be for high density residential, which runs in Ancaster right now. This servicing's right there. Would run for about $2 million an acre, and it's just under 20 acres, so it's $40 million, and we don't have the money. It's that simple.
Yeah, no, that cleared up a lot of questions for me. Thank you.
As we move forward with questions, I've got Graham and then Janice. Is there anyone else to join on the speakers list? Okay, go ahead, Graham.
Okay. Earlier in your position, you said that our job was to help you to prevent the sale. That's not our mandate, right? You understand that. we can just say whether this is cultural heritage designation or registry or not. Councilor Ferguson has alluded to the fact we're an advisory committee and council gives us a lot of weight. But I've been on the committee long enough to know that with the Egerton Shaver House, we supported saving it, but the politicians didn't, and now it's demolished and you got an empty field on Wilson Street because of it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want Philippe Omar House to be moved. Politicians didn't agree with us. They're going to move that to a back 40 position where it's not going to be seen. So we have very little weight when it comes to this kind of stuff, just so you know. I don't believe we should be used as an end around on heritage, like saying this is designated to protect the land. I understand that it's a very important place to the people of Ancaster. I get that. But I have a hard time seeing the heritage from our side of that property. So you did a great presentation. You brought up a lot of stuff that even though it was in the report, we didn't get a chance to read it because you kind of lose it, right? You guys have a better eye at it. So thank you for coming and presenting it for us.
If I may say, there was one thing in ASI's report that we didn't believe was really true. They made a statement that there is no evidence of the fact. There's nothing in writing that the relationship of the land to the community, where the land was to be used with the community in mind. There was no reference to that. It was just a reference. I think what they meant is just for the high school. But we actually have the minutes of a meeting where when they were going to purchase the second portion of the land in 1967, at the meeting they actually say, we're purchasing this for the school and the community. We just wanted to make that point because they said there's no evidence, but we have written evidence. So I'm not blaming them for being wrong. They might have missed it in the archives because we've just filtered the archives as best we possibly could. And we came up with that. And let me also say, if I may, I understand that you're not in the business of saving land by declaring it heritage. But we've tried to paint a picture for you of the potential heritage that the land does have so that you can save it. In other words, we're not saying just declare it heritage and save the land. We've done a lot of work to try and present a case to you where this land by itself, like forget the buildings. The buildings were built in 1960, so we're not interested in the building. We're interested in a piece of land in Hamilton that is surrounded by lands that are related to heritage. And even ASI in the report says that there should be consideration for this land within the larger picture, the broader picture, because there are heritage lands all around it, and because Spring Valley was because of the Veterans Land Act, was the first community, modern community, in the 40s to appear in Ancaster. And they needed, by the 50s, they needed a high school. So it's kind of the filtering of Spring Valley into the high school lands that we're trying to present as an all-in-one. If there's heritage in Spring Valley, and there are other communities, as you mentioned in your question, are there other communities for a cultural heritage landscape that have encompassed an area? You were asking a question about that. There are many. There are many, and it's mentioned in the ASI report. So that's the picture that we're trying to present. We're just saying the land alone, I mean, it's green space, it's beautiful. Don't save it for that. Save it because it's part of a heritage. We're just trying to reason with you. We're trying to make it easy for you. And this isn't, if I also may say, this isn't for Ancaster necessarily. This land can be used by Hamilton. It's 18 acres. It's huge. and it's open, and you should come up sometime. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And you can't experience that anywhere else. You might go to Gage Park, but that's 48 acres. But up on the mountain, in our area, there's nothing. So if you were to consider the heritage aspect, it would be much appreciated.
Janice, you're next.
Thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. It was very well presented, and I certainly know that you are passionate about Ancaster and your playing fields. And I agree with Graham in that this is sort of a back end around run. You're trying to save the fields, and I do not blame you for trying to save your fields, but calling this a cultural heritage landscape, and yes, you said there were many, but my specific question to Rebecca was, is there one that is like this, where you've got a school and you've got other buildings that are attached and are considered part of a cultural heritage landscape? So I just wanted to clear that point. And then moving further, you asked us if we could go further and designate. If this group were to recommend designation, and if planning were to agree with our recommendation, and if council were to agree, I suspect that it would not end there. I suspect that council's decision would then go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And knowing the political climate today, I think that there could be a lot of issues down the road, and we would lose that battle. Regardless.
Why would council's decision go automatically to the land tribunal? Like,
because
who's going to take it there?
The school board would take it there.
Well, what if the school board didn't take it there?
I wish they wouldn't. And you know what, Mark? I really think the battle is with the school board. And it's very difficult for myself to sit here, and I cannot support designating, but I can support putting on the inventory. Thank you.
Yeah, can I respond? Yes, thank you very much. I am not only working with the Heritage Committee, I have been working with the school board for the past 4 years. And I do believe in my heart that the school board understands now the importance of that land. They are not caretakers for the land. They have said that without any doubt. We're not caretakers for the land, and we wanted to sever it because we don't want to look after it anymore. It's not relevant to us. But what the picture that I painted to the school board is, it is relevant. It's relevant to all of us. And I do believe in my heart that if we make it as far as, if you were to deem it heritage, and it went to planning, and it went to council, and it got all the way through, I would be willing to make you a bet that it will not go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Trust me.
I would cheer for you. I would cheer for you if that were the case. Thank you.
You can see my passion. You can see how adamant I am that nothing happens to this land. That passion transferred right to the school board. They know who we are as Ancaster supporters of this land. And I really think that they feel it. But, obviously I can't guarantee it, but I think so.
Don't bet then.
Thank you for those questions. Do we have any follow-up speakers or any additional questions for our delegate? If not, Tim, go ahead.
Sorry to drag it on. Something you said there. Is it Mark? Mark, yes. Sorry, I forgot your name.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
It's Mark, yes.
Hi, I'm looking on the screen.
Yeah. I was, when you mentioned about you've been to the school board, has there been any perhaps ask to them to donate this land to the city and to the group there?
That would be very nice, but legally that's impossible. They just can't do that. They have to follow their rules and regulations. I mean, they have a protective umbrella over this land right now. Nobody can touch it. I'm just trying to make sure that nobody ever can touch it. And then maybe I can get some sleep at night.
Final questions? If none, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive our delegate's presentation?
I see Will and I see Janice.
Anyone opposed to receiving the presentation? Seeing none, that item is carried. Thank you, Mr. Bader, for your presentation. It was excellent, and thank you to all the community members for coming out and showing their support today. So we will now move on to the staff report. So we have the report, and Madam Clerk, if you wouldn't mind putting up the recommendation, if that's... So I'll just, if there's any questions, we'll start our speakers list. The recommendation is that 374 Jerseyville Road, West Ancaster, and the properties in the broader area surrounding it as identified in the Archaeological Services, Inc.'s ASI Cultural Heritage Assessment, Appendix C, attached to report PED 22113, be added to the city's cultural heritage landscape inventory and mapping as part of the official plan review exercise. So that is the recommendation that is before us. Do we have any questions, comments to staff? Any items anyone would like to raise? So we have Councillor Ferguson. Is there any? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And let me just start with the response to your concern, what the politicians do. First of all, in my 16 years experience of being on council, we take the recommendations of the Heritage Committee very seriously. And we go to the Marr House. The Shaver House, I'm trying to go back in my head what that is, but the Marr House, I can tell you that we approved it being relocated to the back of the lot subject to 18 conditions. It appears the developer can't meet those conditions. And so he's taken the whole darn mess off to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And the whole rezoning issue, the height issue, the Marr House is all out of our hands now. And certainly the recommendations of the Heritage Committee will be part of that discussion when we get into that tribunal in a very legal forum to debate what the end result will be. And it's going to be a tough sell with the Ontario Land Tribunal. We've, I think, had four recent decisions on rezonings and official plan amendments, and we've lost 3 of them. And so, but the Marr House is a heritage district also. That part of Wilson Street is a heritage district, and that makes it different than a lot of the other ones. So I just wanted to give you an update on that to make you feel more comfortable. But I also think it's very important for this committee to follow the staff recommendations. The staff and the consultants say it meets the requirements for a cultural heritage landscape. And that's the recommendation that's before you today. As a ward councillor, I fully support that recommendation to move forward, and we're not doing a runaround on you. It's a tool in our toolbox, yes, but I mean, this building is designated, and it was built at the same time in the 50s. And so, you know, my father was one of the founding members of the Ancaster High School Board, was actually chair of the board when it opened. I graduated from Ancaster High. My 3 siblings did. And there's a lot of people from Ancaster who graduated from there, and all across the country. Some famous people, in fact, have graduated from Ancaster High. And that school property is a jewel in our community. I remember that when my father was on the school board, they got criticized for putting it out in the middle of nowhere. And it was at the time, but now it's completely surrounded by development, and it's a beautiful green space that you can help us to try to save. I suspect we may be able to purchase it from the school board if it does have the cultural heritage landscape on it, because it may have a different appraised value. I don't know, but that's not a runaround. We're here today to try to save it, because once the land's gone, as Mark said, it's gone. And I think we have a duty, we all have a duty to do what we can to support that. Let me just go back to my notes now. So as Mark said, it was jointly purchased by the Ancaster Council, the Township of Ancaster, and back in the mid-50s. And I believe it said in the report the high school opened in the 60s. I think it was opened in 1959, but I may be wrong. That's only a year difference. But it's very critical to our heritage. And as I say, Ancaster was founded in 1793, and we have a number of heritage designated buildings in our community. I won't run through them all because it'd be such a long list. And well, I think you could feel my passion towards this thing. That I'm not doing near as good a job as Mark did, because he's put a lot of work into it. And so I simply support the savings in this green space. I think it is a heritage feature in our community. I think, as the staff and the consultant said, it meets the requirements of a cultural heritage landscape. And I'd respectfully ask you to support the staff recommendation. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Graham, you have a question?
Yes. So to remind you, Egerton Shaver House was a lovely little stone building that was on the corner of a lot. And the developer of the property wanted to take it down so we could put up a nursing home at a strip mall. And the house is now demolished and it's an empty lot. Nothing was ever built. And we recommended almost unanimously, I believe at the time, that it would meet the requirements of designation, and it never got approved. So that is the history of that building. And unfortunately, it was a lovely little building in the middle of town, or on the edge of town, that didn't survive. I understand about the heritage, but to be fair, most high schools, when they're built, are in the middle of nowhere. Well, Westdale was probably in the middle of nowhere. West Mountain definitely was. Hill Park was like nothing around it. So that's kind of normal for a school, right? You're building the schools in the area that you're going to. Even the new Henderson Hospital up on Rymel Road, that's in the middle of nowhere. Or Henderson High School, sorry. So that's kind of the norm when schools are built. Like I said, it's a lovely property. I bicycle down through there all the time. I'm in Ancaster often. I love the area, but I can't see the designation of it from our point of view, from my point of view anyway.
And just to clarify, though, the recommendation that's before us is to add it to the inventory. Yeah. So, and next I have Chuck on our speakers list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just seeking a clarification on the recommendation as Lorraine's posted on chat. And the recommendation outlines that it's not just the property, the 374 Jerseyville, that would be on the inventory. It's the broader area, presumably including the Morgan Firestone and Center and other buildings. But my question is, for the residential areas, which I think are part of the broader area, would they individually be placed on the inventory? And if so, would we give the would we be required to notify, assuming council agrees with this, that all those individual residential properties are now on the inventory as part of a broader landscape?
Through you, Madam Chair. That is correct. It would be all the properties identified by ASI, including all of the properties, the individual lots within the adjacent subdivision. And under the Ontario Heritage Act, we would not be required to identify them because they are just inventoried. If they were added to the register, that's where we would be required to notify each of the individual property owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. And I was going to ask a follow-up too. Assuming the staff generates a report that supports the broader area being a landscape, then the next step obviously would be to register the broader landscape, including all those houses. So you've just confirmed to me that all of those individual houses in Spring Valley to the east, I think mostly to the east of the school, would have to be registered as well individually. So I don't have a question beyond that.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to confirm it would be the boundary of all of the properties within that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. Are there any other questions in regards to the report? No? None. So we have before us the recommendation, and we now have to move on to a vote. May I have a motion to approve the recommendations? Do we have a mover and a seconder?
I see Janice and I see Tim.
And as we move to vote, is there anyone opposed to the recommendation? Seeing none, that item is carried. Thank you, everyone. And thank you again to the community for coming out today for this item. So we're going to be moving on to our next items on the agenda. Maybe we'll just give, if anyone would like to head out for today, we'll just give it a moment and allow the gallery to clear. Lorraine, is it possible if we take a couple minutes recess? Just
Absolutely. I just need a mover and seconder to do a 15-minute recess.
Graham and Janice.
Great. We're live, Madam Chair.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now going to move on to our second presentation. So we have here today is Alyssa Golden, and along with a presentation from Carol Priamo. So welcome, Alyssa.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. It's great to see some of you in person again and be back at City Hall. Alyssa Golden, Heritage Project Specialist with the City. I'm just going to say a few words and introduce Carol Priamo, our community partner, who's going to be presenting on this project. And just to let you know, in terms of the staff report in front of you, PED 22-135, the Beasley Neighborhood Inventory. This was a community-led initiative that was started by Carol a few years ago. She's the Heritage Project Manager with the Beasley Neighborhood Association, also a member of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, Hamilton branch. And she really put in a tremendous amount of work into this project over the last 2 years, photographing and screening hundreds of properties within the Beasley neighborhood. This is a community-led initiative that has been reviewed and is supported by staff in the staff report with a recommendation to list 428 properties in the northern part of Beasley onto the Municipal Heritage Register. And I'll just point out as well that we do have a few owners who have submitted opposition to the draft recommendations. These are identified in the staff report, and written correspondence that we'd received is attached as Appendix C to the report. We also have one written delegation on the agenda and one in-person delegation that will take place after Carol's presentation. So thank you so much, and I'll pass it over to Carol if she's ready and back.
Thank you, Alyssa. Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members, city staff, and presenters. I want to thank you in advance for your attention to this presentation I'm going to be giving, as it is the last presentation to the committee before going on to well, eventually ending up at council. And also to your review of what I think is a very significant inventory project of a very important historic area downtown, because it is modeled on the city's previous inventories, but it really was done by a volunteer. And I will explain a little bit about that, because I want, before I bring up, my slides, I want to reassure, and I'm sure a lot of you know this, that this inventory was conducted to a high professional standard, equal in professionalism to the other city inventories. The reason for that is that I have done inventories before. I worked for the City of Toronto to do the inventory of the downtown core, in which I did all of these steps, which are, to identify, to document, to assess, and to recommend. To photograph is part of the documentation as well. I have done this with the City of Toronto. I also did other inventories with the Heritage Branch regarding impact assessment studies for pipelines in order to try to protect heritage resources in the corridor of a pipeline. Those are really two. I've done about 3 or 4 others connected to other projects in Sudbury, Cochrane, and actually across Canada for my thesis. I did an inventory of historic mills that had never been inventoried before. So I just want to let you know that I only took it on because I knew that I'd done it before and I believed I could do it. Now, the inventories I did before were slightly different. They had the same result and you needed the same material, but the City of Hamilton has, and you probably know this from reviewing a lot of properties, that the inventory process is a little bit different. And I do think that even though it requires more work at an initial stage, I think it's a better process in that it has added this, this one ingredient, which I undertook myself because I was the only person on this inventory that could do that step. That step being the architectural descriptions of each of the buildings recommended. That is because I have a degree in architectural history and have worked in heritage for many decades, assessing or working with architecture, heritage architecture, and so that is why I decided to do it. So just getting to a couple of reasons that motivated this, because how did it just pop out of nowhere? Well, it didn't pop out of nowhere. It popped out of a lot of goings on at the time, and I would say the first one would be the Brandon House demolition. As you know, that there was that occurred because that building, there was some confusion about its previous designation, and it wasn't registered, and it just was lost. That led to actually 30 buildings in Ancaster, historic buildings. Did you know this? I hope I'm not repeating too much for you. That 30 buildings were presented to the city of Hamilton and were listed on the registry fairly quickly. So naturally, I thought, oh, this could happen very fast. I think I can do this. It won't take very long, even though there's like about 600 of these buildings in Beasley. The other thing was that Bill 108, which was introduced by Ford, Premier Ford, 2 years ago, or 3 years ago actually, stipulated that you had to let owners know when a property was going to be recommended to the registry. Although I didn't know this at the time, but the city of Hamilton already was doing that. I just noticed my camera isn't working. There it is now, sorry. When I got into it, I found that they were already doing that, and there were reasons why to do that. And although, I initially felt that they should go on the registry as sort of an objective kind of step, because it didn't really affect property in terms of any kind of alteration for the owner or any kind of sale or anything or property value. But then I began to understand that owners who have had the building for quite some time and for various reasons all of a sudden find out that their building is on the registry. I do get that would be kind of a surprise. So anyway, just to let you know that particular step necessitated letting owners know before it was recommended. So that is why you have delegations here. Okay, I think that I have given you some of my qualifications to let you know that with Alyssa Golden, who is, of course, just the top specialist and leader in inventory projects in the city and in the province, to work with her and with her involvement, I'm quite confident that this inventory and everything that was done in the state it's in order to present to you, is absolutely top notch. So I just want to mention that this particular project also initiated the Ancaster inventory, which you reviewed earlier, but it actually started after. There weren't as many buildings. So, and we had a 6-month hiatus last year when Alyssa was seconded to another position, and we started up in the fall again, which brings me to this today being an actual celebration, not only for this inventory being completed and at this point to you, but that it's a 2-year anniversary of June 10th, 2020, which was the date that I presented this to the Beasley Neighborhood Association, and they unanimously approved it. And that's when it started. I was so surprised when I saw that today. I just saw it because it's in one of my reports. And I thought, isn't that, just terrific. It's kind of like it's come full circle. It was a long process with everything, with COVID and, but it certainly was, I think, totally worth it, completely worthwhile. The methodology details of actually the process of this inventory are follow the city's process, the city's forms, the city's requirements, the city's, everything was reviewed by Alyssa. Every batch was reviewed in detail. Okay, let me get on to the fun stuff, the pictures. Providing my mouse works now. It should work. Okay, I'm going to go on share, and here we are. Share, okay. There we go. Okay, now, I just want you to have a brief look at this cover page because it is a collage that I made of some of the types of buildings. We were going to do a flyer and a letter to owners before the city letter went out, notifying them of the recommendation to list them. This particular collage was supposed to be part of it, but by the time we got around to doing this, we decided that we just wanted to be very economical, put in the information, what listing is, what designation is, what it means. So the owners had some preparation, some knowledge of it before it hit them. So I thought maybe I could use it here because I like these buildings, and I picked them because I do like them. They're very, very kind of interesting and quite different buildings of Beasley. And I think if you've driven through Beasley, you just sometimes don't really see this. And that's what I really loved about the inventory is that some of these streetscapes and individual buildings, triplexes, duplexes were brought forward to see, what real beauty there is in the architecture of Beasley, although there weren't a lot of buildings suggested to be designated, but the streetscapes are so outstanding in their originality or their, shall I say, very, very much intact, even though the buildings have themselves been altered somewhat. You still have a streetscape that continues throughout Beasley. Okay, this will give you a very good idea of the area of Beasley that was done in this inventory. The lower part of Beasley was done to Main Street, Main to Cannon in the Downtown Heritage Inventory Project of 2014. So one of my motivations, of course, was to do the rest. Do the very, very densely packed, neighborhood streets of the north. So I call it Beasley North, just to separate it from the south part that was done previously. And these are the streets, which I'm sure you know well, and the boundaries are James, Cannon, Wellington, and the tracks. Okay? The main through streets east-west are Barton and Robert. And then the ones that are north and south, I could go through those very quickly because there's a little more of those, but let's start with James. Let's go to Hewson, John, Catherine, Mary, Elgin, whoops, sorry about that. Elgin, Mary, Ferguson, and Cathcart, Wellington. Okay, next we will look at the summary. Before we go any further, let's find out what happened. Beasley Heritage Inventory numbers. The number of properties inventoried in Beasley North were 620, including James East Side. The reason there's two of these listings is because the east side is Beasley, the west side of James is Central. But we did the west side because it was really important to get all of James North. And that was our first batch that we did. And it's already been presented already to council. So that will not be included in this, but the numbers are here. 665, including James West Side. The properties recommended to the register then were 428. That included a few significant built resources, which will probably be go on to be designated, maybe. Character defining resources and character supporting resources. And this really is what is the meat of the register, are these types of properties. The rest of the properties, 237, will be left on the inventory. In other words, they've been looked at, they've been photographed. We don't know a whole lot about them, but you know, they are on the inventory. We know that they're there. So that's, I think, helpful. Next, sources. To do this inventory, I studied, you know, some available historic material, which came in very handy to see, you know, how the north of Beasley developed. And that is the fire insurance plans. That's from, you know, the late 19th century. LACAC did a heritage inventory, especially of James, but all around that area, not every building, but they did a very good job in the 70s. This, of course, down here is a panorama of James Street, which was enormously helpful. This over here is an important resource for all of you on the committee, because I guess one of my goals is to help educate people who don't have the architectural history background, because if you're going to be reviewing heritage, it's very important that you know something about it. I would like to, of course, create something that's easy to access, easy to use at any time, which will, of course, be about various periods and styles, and also, you know, identification of some details. And that's this book, Ontario Architecture. Now, this book's excellent. It goes through every style of architecture with all the information you need, but it is like $150. It is out of print. And I just didn't want to pay that. So I copied what I needed, and it's perfectly fine as long as you're not selling it. So that's what I did. The property groups, again, this isn't too important, so I'm not going to go over it too much. I just want to point out that it was done in batches, and the first batch was James Street North, and it is approved by council. Batch 2, 3, and 4 and 5, that's 3 sort of groups. They were done separately and then reviewed by Alyssa. Then they went through the inventory and research subcommittee review as well, and they sort of stayed there. That's why this committee has everything right now. It's because we actually went through this process, and now I'm presenting everything. Okay, next, let's go. Well, the historical context, and again, I don't want you to have to read this. That's why it's here for me, to pick out little pieces so that you will know how Beasley got to be the way it is today. And that is that right from the beginning, from 1833, when the town was laid out from Gore Park, from King and James, it was laid out in a grid pattern. This is going to really be handy when you need a lot of housing built very quickly. So it facilitated construction. The location, well, Beasley is a fabulous location. It's part of it. The Gore is in Beasley, the south part. James Street is a boundary of Beasley. So it had all sorts of amenities and things that were built in this area because there was a lot of commercial, establishments popping up from like the 1840s and all through the 19th century. So these things were needed. Then it was also very close to the harbor for shipping of both raw materials, finished products. That was a huge factor in establishing the major manufacturing center, an industrial center that North Beasley became. Rail lines into Beasley as well. The Great Western Railway in 1853, that's the one that runs along the top of of Beasley, and the Hamilton and Northwestern passenger and freight after 1873 gave you new connections to other markets, like especially New York. So that is the sort of the size of it for things that, you know, gave Beasley such an advantage. It became a manufacturing and industrial center. It was an industrial core of Hamilton. Here's some of the, this map on the right, they're outlined in red because these are all big industrial manufacturing installations, factories, foundries, meat packers, dairies, the Hamilton Cotton Company. It had the biggest stove company in Canada from 1868 on to the 1920s. Like, that is something. It had a nail factory, had the cannon knitting mills. And this, of course, drew people to working here. And that is the story of, you know, the sort of the growth of Beasley and the appearance of residential, especially residential architecture, and in Beasley. I know there's other things, especially on Barton and Cannon and James. You do have a lot of commercial, but there's so much density of residential in the rest of it that, you know, I am focusing on that. There will be some other, you know, buildings show up, but I really want to focus on this because when you see, you know, the streets of Beasley up close and personal, I think you're going to understand why they're recommended for the register, which means, of course, that, you know, they provide a great deal to the historical and architectural appearance of the street, and they fit into a whole streetscape. Okay, so the characteristics of 19th century residential buildings were that they were economical because these were workers. Vernacular designs, that means that they use certain styles, and I'll show you that later, but they were very often mixed with other styles. It was a very individual way of building housing in Beasley, and I'm sure in other parts of Hamilton, but for instance, Durand has like sort of magnificent Queen Anne houses that you just don't get in North Beasley because this was for a particular purpose, and therefore you have a mixture of styles even in one building. You also have mixtures of styles really, really packed together beside each other, which isn't normally done, but it's fascinating and interesting and gives the street a lot of character. Density, of course, I've referred to. There's semi-detached, there's multiplex, there's rows, terraces, closely placed on narrow lots, either at the sidewalk or with a shallow setback. Most of the rest of the lot was in the back. Fewer single detached large homes, but there are a couple, and Murray Street has some really nice architecture there with bigger homes. Okay, building types. Again, I just want to go over this quickly because I know this seems like it's getting to be quite a lengthy investigation into this. Types, I've got 4 stars for residential. I have 2 stars for commercial and 2 stars for industrial. And then institutional 1 star, because that takes in churches, hospitals, whatever. The period, the majority is between 1870 and 1915. The condition of them now is that there's been extensive remodeling, compromising some of those examples. But, you know, that is why they're not, a lot of them are not character defining. Defining meaning it's close to being in a very original, somewhat original style and condition. So, like I say here, that you would have more character defining if there hadn't been as much remodeling, recladding, additions, and updated windows. That's the big thing in Hamilton, are these windows. And I'm not going into it right now, but windows have a big impact on, the sort of the category that heritage falls into. Okay, I want to just take you on a little journey so that you get a sense of what it's like to be in Beasley and drive by these streetscapes. I've given you 3 different ones because they're very, very different. They're different styles and different times. This is, of course, a really stunning Hamilton terrace. It is Italianate, and even though some of the windows are different, it still provides an extremely beautiful block of buildings. Next, we go to this one. This one I find totally fascinating because it has, except for a cottage, it has every style of building packed together, just totally attached or 2 feet in between on Catherine Street, Cathcart, north of Barton. Just, kind of like smorgasbord of architectural styles and building profiles. It's just beautiful. This is a simplified Queen Anne. This is simplified Italianate. This is like Bayon Gable, but with very heavy Gothic influence. This is another Bayon Gable with more like Romanesque type rounded arches. This again is another Bayon Gable, and we're going back into Italianate here, and another one here. So I think that is a very interesting street. This one is called the Cottage Row, and Beasley also has those that are really not common. There are a few in Beasley. This is the longest one. It has 6 cottages all attached, and they're all the same. Now you can tell that they have been remodeled somewhat, so they don't look exactly the same, but they are the same cottage, and it's called the Cottage Design. So that's 6 of them. Quite amazing. And then this is a triplex, which is really beautiful. Again, it has Italianate features. I'm just saying this so that you maybe can pick up more things. And some of you probably know this by heart, but I like to review it myself with some Gothic influence. And this is an apartment, which shows, a multi-unit structure. Not many of those, but this one is a beauty. Okay, here we go, architectural styles. I think I'm not going to read this to you because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go very quickly through this section on architectural styles in Beasley. The reason I put this in here is not so that we can go into it in detail and sort of get worn out by all of this information. It's because you're going to be seeing this as a PDF. And when you get the common features of these styles, it will help you, I think, a great deal in identifying buildings out, in Hamilton, but also when you review them for any of the committees that you're on. So this is the cottage style, and I picked this. This is designated because it is the right house, and it is a beauty of a cottage. So that is, I've started kind of with the earliest buildings that, would have stylistically appeared. So we have this one. It just, I'll give you an example of a hip or side gable roof. 3-bay front facade. 3-bay, 1, 2, 3. Central entrance with flanking windows. This one actually has classical influences. It says right here, Georgian. And because it has the columns and the cornice are right here. So that's that one. I won't go into that detail on the next ones. This is the Ontario cottage being an example that shows up all over Ontario, especially in like farm agricultural spots, small farmhouses. And you have a lot of these in Beasley. This one is one that's in quite good original condition. And that is the Ontario cottage. Then you go to Georgian Revival. Georgian Revival is like shoebox kind of shape. with a low-pitched gable roof on the side, and it has, of course, the symmetrical windows and the center door. This doesn't have a center door, even though there's two. This is like a semi or a duplex. That's why it looks like that. But it's very Georgian. Okay, this is the big one. Italianate all over the place in Beasley. This is one of the earliest, not earliest, this is one of the buildings that has a lot of the original details still intact, being the double brackets on the eave. A lot of the brackets have been removed, and then you have the 3-bay window with the cornice with the brackets as well over that. So there's other details like what's over the windows, the voussoirs, etc. But that is an excellent one. This one shows up a lot in rows. There's a lot of row Italianates, especially on Upper Mary Street on the west side, that has dichromatic brickwork. And you know what that is. Next, Gothic Revival. This again is a mixture. This is a mixture of, say, some Italianate influence here in this 3-sided, heavy corniced bay window, but the pointed gable, the steep gables, and the barge boards are very much Gothic Revival. It's not as common, but it shows up as well. I mean, North Beasley, I didn't even do South Beasley, just is kind of like I said, it has a lot of different styles in it, because it grew up over this period of time when all of these styles were popular. This one here is gorgeous. This is the Bayon Gable. The Bayon Gable is actually a Toronto style. The reason why I put it in here, because the Toronto style Bayon Gable has a protruding bay window, usually all the way up, but it was adapted in other centers like Hamilton and around Toronto, where it had the flat front, and that's what it is. The gable is projecting, and it has, the bay is projecting, and the gable roof point is on the top of that, is surmounting that projecting bay. You can have in that particular style, you can have Romanesque influences, you can have Gothic, you can have a lot of other things happening, but it shows the structure or the massing of it. Okay, this is another one that's really common in Beasley. It's called Vernacular Front Gable. It is actually, and this to me, I believe, is Alyssa's invention. It's a vernacular 2-story front gable. I reviewed a lot of these, and I was, just thinking, what is this? I called it vernacular because it doesn't really have a lot of style. It looks like when you're a little kid and you draw a house in grade 3 or something. It just looks like that. It's kind of got a door, 2 windows, 1 window on the bottom, and it's got a pitched roof. So it's called the vernacular 2-story front gable. And those were showing up quite a lot. Again, simple houses. This one is the only thing that I could get that was sort of close to Queen Anne Revival, just kind of close. Because the Queen Anne, as I said, is in Durant. There's some magnificent ones, and they have towers, and they have many components, and they have different materials. But this one here, it has some of the Queen Anne characteristics, which you'll see there, but it also has Romanesque characteristics with the rusticated stone, the round arches over here. But you see that how there's different windows in Queen Anne. Queen Anne uses a lot of different style details. I think I'm almost done. This is Edwardian Classicism, and again, Beasley has that. And this is called a 4-square plan house. It also comes in commercial buildings with a flat roof. This is a hip roof, and it just is much more pared down, but I think it's a lovely style. It's more simple than the other previous ones, but there's some characteristics there which you might, if I can get rid of this guy here. Hello, goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. Sorry. It's like it just wants to. Okay. Oh, I know. I'm just going to do this. Oh, it doesn't want to do it. Okay. There. Okay. Thanks for your patience. Okay. Then we go to the last part, and this will be sort of the whole point of the inventory, and that is to assess, identify, assess, document buildings for various categories of the register. Significant heritage resource, the property of considerable historic, aesthetic, and or contextual value. Those are the ones that you want to definitely save and get on a designation list. Character defining, very important. They are on the registry. Character supporting on the registry. So this is what is recommended, is recommended for the registry. And most of the buildings in Beasley are character defining or character supporting. And there's a good number of each. That means that the buildings have notable architectural period design, they haven't been too compromised, or they have an historical association. Character supporting is when you have the architectural features maybe have been altered, or it's a lesser architectural kind of style in that it doesn't, maybe is never built with much detail, but it defines and supports the character of the streetscapes and the district of Beasley. So then we get to examples of these, and this will be very, very straightforward for you. Significant built resources, here we go. Now, former handrails. Now, as you can see, the base has been greatly altered. And that would be a reason why you'd say, I don't know about this for designation, but because it was going to be taken down, there was a move to designate it, and the owner agreed. So that's why it's designated, but right now, these are the only two that are up for that. This one here is maybe one of the first apartment complexes in Hamilton, and it's an Edwardian era design, and I see I have a little mistake there, but oh well, these things happen. Okay, now we go to character defining. What I've done is I picked one character defining on every street that I did, because I just wanted you to see, you know, that these are beautiful. I mean, they really are, and they're representative of a style. They are like works of art in the condition that they're in, and therefore they're very, very significant in their way and need to be protected by the registry. So we have here, this is an old fire hall. This is the building I showed you, and I showed you this one. I used some repeats so I wouldn't have to like go over many more buildings. This is a gorgeous Italianate on a corner of Robert and I think it's I think it's not, I think it's Elgin. And this is the one I showed you on Cathcart. The Murray one, here's a beautiful Murray house. Just beautiful. It's kind of like a Bayon Gable, but another bay. And it has really a lot of Romanesque revival influence. This is a commercial building on Barton. It's Edwardian. This is an Edwardian apartment on Robert, and this is that building I showed you on Cannon. That's Georgian Revival. Oh, thank you. Then we go to, this is the last slide, that this is character supporting, and you'll see how these buildings maybe have, for instance, let's go to this one. Maybe the windows have been changed. You know, maybe they've got something on the bottom that's been changed here, right? And here, and here. And maybe this porch may not be original, okay. But taken together, they produce a beautiful, beautiful block of buildings and a streetscape that is very, very valuable. And this one here too on John, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this one, of course, kind of goes with it because it's a semi, and this is a whole group of buildings that produce a complex on a street, and these are the things that you don't really want to lose. This shows a, I put this one up especially because it has some beautiful style, but the windows have been completely redone. The detail has been taken off. And so that way it doesn't qualify as defining. This one here is Edwardian. It's kind of a really interesting commercial block, but it has been completely changed on the bottom. This was a hotel, so historically it has some importance, but it's completely refaced and changed on the bottom floor. And the same with this one. Okay, so let's go to the thank you for visiting Beasley today. And the BNA gratefully acknowledges the support and involvement of the City of Hamilton staff and its committees, and I want to add, and Councillor Farr, toward the completion of the Beasley Heritage Inventory 20 to 22. And I thank you all very much for your involvement in this project and for your attention to this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol, for that presentation, and congratulations on your anniversary. I said that's I know it has been a passion of yours and the BNA to go through this project, and so it's been wonderful the amount of work that you've been able to accomplish in those 2 years. So we'll start off with some questions for Carol, unless Alyssa, was there any further presentation or comments that you'd like to make?
I just want to thank Carol for her presentation. And one thing that I don't think I clarified at the beginning, just to note, Carol had mentioned that her first batch of James Street, which included west and east sides, including a little bit of central, that went to council almost 2 years ago now. There were a couple of recommendations that were deferred from that first batch, and those have been reconsidered and are included in the staff report. And I note that just because we have a delegate here today to speak to a couple of the properties that were a part of those deferred recommendations. So if there are any questions, either at this point or after the delegation, staff would be happy to answer them.
Sounds good. So if we could have, by show of hands, who'd like to ask any questions or comments in regards to the presentation, we'll get our speakers list created. No questions at this time? Oh, that's very good, Carol, see?
Oh, good.
So if I could have a motion to receive Carol's presentation. I need a mover and a seconder.
I see Tim and I see Will.
And is there anyone opposed to receiving the presentation? Seeing none, that item is carried. So we'll move on to our delegate. So I'd like to please welcome Nathan Morgenstern. So Nathan, right now we'd ask you to stick within the 5 minutes, but you had mentioned that you may need a few extra minutes.
That's correct, yes. I am hoping that perhaps, I promise I won't keep you long. I know it's been a long morning already, so I'll try to keep it as quick as possible, but I am hoping for a few extra minutes if that's possible.
So if the committee so chooses, do we have a mover and a seconder to extend the time?
I see Tim and I see Janice.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. So welcome, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the time, and it is, I know, I don't know many of you personally, but it is nice to be in a room face-to-face with folks again, and so I appreciate you guys all taking your time and being here today. So good morning to committee members and councillors, members of the public who may be watching at home. My name is Nathan Morgenstern, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my father, who's Morty Morgenstern, my uncle, who is Mark Morgenstern, and my aunt, who is Eva Zahavi Morgenstern. Collectively, those three individuals make up the owners of a number of properties of which are being recommended to join the registry, and a number of them, in fact, are being considered for full designation. If not today, they're being specifically pointed out in the schedule of the report as properties that are being specifically looked at for designation. So of those properties specifically, my family owns 203, 205 James Street North, which on street level houses the International Fish Market and 4 residential tenancies above. The International Fish Market has been a tenant of ours a commercial tenant of ours on James Street for over 20 years. Aside from 203 and 205 James Street North, my family also owns 207, 209, 211, and 213 James Street North, which again, on its street level, makes up Morgenstern's clothing store, which has been an establishment, a business here in Hamilton since the early 60s when my grandparents first started the business. We've been on James Street for a very, very, very long time, and we've seen it grow and evolve and change over many years, and we are very proud to have a presence there. As a preliminary matter, I would like to discuss our family's position on the implications of being listed on a registry or any subsequent designations that may come after. We are of the opinion that the 60-day notice, which is a requirement once your property has been listed on a registry, I'll clarify. If you are listed on a registry and you choose to demolish your property, sell your property for it to be demolished or any of those related things, once you're on a registry, you must provide 60-day notice to the committee. And at that point, it's our position that that 60-day opportunity ultimately acts as a tripwire. And that at that point, the committee then has a 60-day opportunity to have the property moved over onto a designated list, whereby it prevents the property owner from being able to dispose of their property as they wish. Aside from that, and Carol mentioned in her presentation that it has been policy of the committee, even prior to the amendment, which made it an obligation of the committee to provide notice to property owners that their buildings are being moved onto a registry. And although we acknowledge that that notice did exist prior to the obligation of the amendment, we're also of the opinion that the committee doesn't do enough. They may send out a letter, and there may be notice in the report that was written and provided to council today that outlines what that 60-day period allows for the committee to do. However, we're of the opinion that there are significant numbers of property owners who don't have the full picture in their mind when they're told that their property is going to be moved onto a registry. They're unaware of the realistic implications of that. And as a result, it's our opinion that the committee ought to be doing more, that there should be some explicit remarks related to what is then afforded to the committee in the event that a property is listed on a registry. So that's sort of my preliminary remarks. I have essentially two submissions, major submissions today, as to why the Morgenstern properties, and that's what I will refer to them as, 203, 205 to 213, why the Morgenstern properties should not be listed on a registry. I'll first list the reasons, and then I will provide some explanation as to why. Our first reason is that for Morgenstern properties to be listed on a registry, that it will have negative impacts on the housing crisis in Hamilton. Our second reason is that placing the Morgenstern properties on the registry creates undue hardship on property owners and infringes on their private property rights. First, being listed on a registry and any subsequent designation of the Morgenstern properties will have a negative effect on the housing crisis here in Hamilton. If our family properties are listed on the registry, it will effectively prevent us from expanding our property or tearing any one of our properties down to build a larger structure. The Morgenstern family has been landlords in Hamilton since the 1970s. We currently have over, I believe the number is close to 20, if not more, residential tenants who rent from us currently today. And for reference, a number of those tenants wouldn't be able to live in the city of Hamilton today if they weren't renting a property from a Morgenstern family. And the reason for this is because my family is probably one of the only families in the city who doesn't necessarily raise rent every year like the guidelines allow for. We still have residential tenants who pay $400 a month to live on James Street North, which is pretty unheard of. And the reason why we do that is because we're committed to the people who live in our community as well. Some of our tenants have been living with us for over 20 years. And we know that if they weren't renting from us, they wouldn't be able to live in the city of Hamilton any longer. And it's not just residential tenants. There are multiple businesses which would not have been able to stay open in Hamilton had they not been renting commercial spaces from us. There are still businesses in Hamilton who wouldn't be able to operate in the city any longer if they weren't renting properties from my father, my uncle, and my aunt. These are businesses who never had to renegotiate a commercial lease, which for anybody who's ever had to deal with anything like that, you know that's not an easy thing to do. It's often a very difficult and trying thing. But our tenants never had to renegotiate leases because they've been paying the same commercial rent to us for over 20 years. And we knew that they couldn't afford to pay anymore, and we didn't want them to have to shut down. So commercial spaces might not have a direct implication or correlation to the housing crisis in Hamilton, but it's our opinion that if we weren't renting these commercial spaces to these entrepreneurs and these Hamiltonians, they wouldn't be able to live in our city, make their living here. It's our position that listing our properties on the registry or any subsequent designation limits our potential to create housing solutions and to assist fellow Hamiltonians the ways that we've been doing for the last 50 plus years. All of this takes into consideration Hamilton's housing crisis. I'll move on to my second major, submission, which is that placing the Morgenstern properties on the registry creates an undue hardship on the property owners and infringes on their private property rights. I'll provide a little bit of background into my family, which is that my family came to Canada as immigrants, and they came here with, next to nothing isn't accurate, is nothing. They came here with nothing, and they invested in themselves. And then they invested in their community. And they did that when nobody else was on James Street, because there were many years where property owners were allowing for their buildings to fall into disrepair, and my family was never one of them. They endured all of the hardships of James Street North in the 1990s and early 2000s. They didn't sell to big developers, but also didn't board up their windows like many other property owners did or were forced to do at the time. We never let our property fall into a state of disrepair, or any one of them, or become dilapidated like many of the other properties did as a result of disuse, disrepair, age, and neglect. But also, we couldn't afford to completely renovate our properties like the big developers who moved into Hamilton could. Instead, my family did it piece by piece. They kept food on their tables at home and reinvested the rest into their properties and the community on James Street North. They improved things as they could, and then, like I said, invested the rest of the money that came into their private businesses into the properties and to ensure that they stayed well maintained, while few on James Street North were doing the same. In fact, most thought that they were probably a little nuts for doing so, for continuing to put money into the street when nobody else was. So at this point, and I'd like to draw your attention to page 3 of 7 on the Beasley Neighborhood Inventory, which is the report that is being discussed today. If you look below the bulleted points on that page, there's a brief paragraph there that I'd like to read to all of you. It says there that 2 properties were removed from staff's recommended register list based on confirmation of approved Planning Act application for redevelopment and additional information provided by the owners refuting the heritage value of the property due to its modern reconstruction, respectively. This passage tells me that had my family had the money to develop sooner, or reconstruct, or upgrade our properties as many big developers did when they swooped into our city, and if we'd had an opportunity to create a modern reconstruction, that our properties would not be included in this recommendation for the registry. So how is all of this undue hardship? Well, as much as the committee says that there's no empirical evidence that heritage designation or listing on a registry has a negative impact on property values, I believe that this is quite important, that there also is not any empirical evidence that shows that it doesn't have a negative impact. I believe that there is research that is actively being done through work with realtors in the area. But the reality is property owners got this idea in their head from a specific place, and it was real estate agents who they were speaking to who were telling them that selling heritage properties is much more difficult. There is a niche demographic of people who might be interested in purchasing a heritage property. It's our opinion that we, as property owners, shouldn't have to prove to you that there is a negative impact on our property values. It is our position that if you suggest moving or listing our property onto registries or designations that we specifically request not to be on, then you should show us that listing our properties is not going to negatively affect what we have spent over 50 years building. Without this assurance, you are effectively taking away from hardworking Hamiltonians like my family, who, instead of renegotiating commercial leases or improving residential units so that we could remove tenants from their homes and renovate them so we could rent them for more money, that had we done those things and then we had been able to afford to update the facade of our buildings, that at this point now, perhaps our buildings would not be in consideration for the registry. So what we're hearing is that the commitment that we had to our community, the things that we were always ready and willing to continuously give to those who were members of our community, was perhaps all for naught. Because if we're not able to ultimately dispose of our property the way we may choose to, we're at a disadvantage. And the reason for this is because for my family, these properties are not a ticket to living some type of a lavish lifestyle. They're a means of retirement for 3 families in my father, my uncle, and my aunt. It is their pension, those properties. These designations or listings will prevent them from continuing to build equity by redeveloping or building additions onto their properties. Ultimately, that concludes the majority of my submissions, but I will say that as a concluding remark, I think it's important that everybody knows that my family loves our properties. They're our connection to our past, and we hope our future as well. We've taken a great deal of pride in what we've created on James Street, what we've stuck by on James Street for over the last 50 years. We're not planning to tear down our family's history. It is our heritage, and we should be the ones who decide what happens to it. That concludes my remarks, and I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Morgenstern, for that very heartfelt presentation. I really do appreciate those thoughts and comments. We now move to questions or comments to the delegate. If I can start a speakers list, so we'll start with Tim, but we also have Janice.
Thank you through the chair and to the delegate, Mr. Morgenstern. That was a very impassioned speech. And on a personal note, I've shopped in your businesses and am very familiar with it as a lifelong Hamiltonian. And I think they're beautiful buildings, and I think it's wonderful the altruistic angle that you've carried with those buildings going forward. And a great inspiration to myself, who's a owner of heritage buildings and also a landlord. And also, so for full disclosure of things, your grandparents were sort of like an inspiration for myself to get into the kind of businesses and things that I've done in the city. But the thing, it does seem 2 lines of thought there between the buildings and protecting, you know, the things that you want to protect altruistically, I think demolishing and rebuilding would put an end to all of those goodwill, and that would be like designation and your altruism seems to go hand in hand. It seems like you would welcome that protection for these buildings, you know, after the Morgenstern, and that, not that it'll be anytime soon, you're a very big family and a long life family, but that after the Morgensterns are gone, the legacy of these buildings would be what stands as the test of time, not a, you know, few more pennies or so that could be sold one way or another. Even though, like you said, I don't really think it will hinder any kind of return that should come back. I mean, like I said, with heritage properties, I've seen the value rise no differently to any other non-designated properties. I know it's a great fear and it's a great worry. So I would like to say it, and also here at this committee, we aren't, you know, that broad of a term. We're a bunch of volunteers that advise on, you know, what the buildings are and what they mean to community. So it's beyond just the bricks and mortar. It is also that, but I kind of see taking them off while they're still in control. You know, I can see as the Morgenstern family holds them, they will not be demolished or damaged. We believe that, but the buildings were there 100 years before your family bought them, and hopefully they'll be 100 years after, or close to that, I should say, yeah. And so hopefully that's, I have a little trouble putting the two together on, like, are you thinking of wanting to demolish and upgrade the properties? Like, I'm not understanding the objection.
No, I think that
front.
I mean, for one, respectfully, I believe that we'd likely disagree on whether or not there is an implication on the value of the property. Again, I do believe that there is no empirical evidence, as the report says, that shows that there is a negative impact. I've yet to see the empirical evidence that shows that, in fact, there is no negative impact. I'm a lawyer practicing here in Hamilton. I have regular conversations with real estate agents, and I'm told directly that there are absolutely instances where being listed on a registry can have negative impacts on resale value. However, I don't believe that that's our biggest issue here. Part of our issue with this is that it's a feeling that we have maintained our properties, like I said in my submissions, and we've maintained them better than most, unless you sold to a big developer and somebody came in and redid all of the beautiful aesthetic that exists, and now those properties are not being moved onto a registry here because a developer came in, changed the aesthetic of the property, and now those big developers they're not in this room having this conversation with the committee today. I am, as a third generation property owner here in the city, who like I said, whose grandparents came here with nothing and built something. They built it with the hopes that they would be able to give back to their community, which they've done, and they continue to do. And I believe that as long as my family exists on James Street, will always be a goal of ours. But they did it for their children and for their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. The property is in our name. And we have been, as Alyssa said when we met with her, we've been the stewards of that property for the majority of its time in existence, all of our properties. And we believe that we should be given a bit of credit for that, because while all these properties were falling into disrepair in Hamilton throughout the 90s, and nobody was paying any attention to them, including heritage committees, and they were being demolished and things we didn't do that. We didn't let those things happen. And we continued to rent to Hamiltonians at a cheaper price than they could rent anywhere else. And we continued to have businesses operate in our properties for cheaper than they would have been able to anywhere else. And so it's very much our position that that credit should be given where credit is due. And because my family has not and would not be the family who would let the property, we're not selling it to somebody who's going to demolish it either. But the decisions surrounding our property should be ours. I hope that answered your question.
Oh, yeah, no, I understood the thrust of what you were saying. And I guess, I don't know, it's just a misunderstanding on my part in that registering and things we saw as a reward. we see putting this on the property as a reward to your wonderful stewardship and altruism of those properties. And
we don't see it that way.
And I understand. I get the thrust of what's coming. We feel you should be celebrated and rewarded, and you see it as a punishment. And I feel quite bad about that, because I think your properties are possibly, with maybe the exception of the Armory, the most stunning, preserved, cared for properties on James Street, in my opinion. My humble opinion too.
I'm biased.
You're biased as well.
I tend to agree.
Sure.
But I also very strongly believe that that they are that way because my family was the steward of them. It wasn't the city of Hamilton. We've never required the city of Hamilton to steward our properties for us, because we're fully capable of doing that on our own. And we have proved that over and over and over again when there were countless property owners who sold out. They live in much more beautiful houses than my parents do, I'll tell you. But they were committed to the street and to the community, and so that's why we stayed.
Just a quick question to staff. Just as the discussions have happened with the Morgenstern family, have they been informed of the incentives with the grants and loans programs through the designation process, so that they know there is some funding available?
We have. I don't know if Alyssa wants to.
Sure, yeah, through the chair. So when we did get a chance to sit down and talk through some of the concerns and what the recommendations are, staff did identify that a few of the properties were also identified as candidates for designation. They're not being recommended to be added to the work plan at this point, but they have been identified. And when we did discuss those, I provided some initial information in terms of the financial incentives available, as not only in terms of ongoing maintenance or restoration of the existing buildings, but I also alluded to the fact that potential sale redevelopment in the future, that there's also a development charge exemption, which can be quite beneficial to folks who might be looking to adaptively reuse the existing buildings as well.
Thank you, Alyssa. Just to clerks, I believe Carol has a question. She has her hand raised. I'm not sure if Carol's question is in regards to this directly, or do we speak now? Or okay, go ahead, Carol.
Yes, it's kind of like a comment, not on the presentation that we've just heard, which I think was extremely, good, clear, making a lot of sense, of course. But my comment is the candidates for the registry on James Street, both sides, that was the first part of the inventory we did right at the beginning. Because it was in COVID times, and I'm sure Alyssa has probably already told you this, but I think it bears repeating. And that is that there was no public sort of meeting where you find out more detail about what these mean. And after James Street and the reaction we got, not just from you, but from other owners as well, we then decided for the rest of Beasley to produce, before a letter was sent out, and well before a letter was sent out, the reasons, why you would be recommended to the registry. What the register is, it's a list only. It's just a list that categorizes buildings by their historical and architectural value, but it then went on to say, how does it affect the owner? How does it affect the property? How does it affect values? And it was pretty much detailed. And if you didn't get that, that was our mistake. That was an omission that we found was troublesome, problematic for this understanding of what the register is and how it affects owners, and how it really doesn't affect owners. You can still alter, you can still add, you can still do all sorts of things. It's just the 60-day delay on if you're going to completely wipe it out. And that the city wants to know it for various reasons, which is they may want to document it. They may want to document the inside so that it's preserved in some form. There's no way that we can actually, because it's on the register, say you cannot do this. But that was in that informational flyer that we sent out to the rest of Beasley. And I think it helped a lot because we didn't get the opposition in like 400 properties that we got on James Street. So all I'm saying is that, and you mentioned, and rightly so, that the committee should do more about this, making this clear, making it, and also providing evidence for what they say. We did not say it doesn't affect your value because we knew that would be contentious. It was not in the flyer. But, I think that more could go into the research about that, about what it does. But up to this point, the registered properties have never had any problem changing their property. Changing at all. Like, you don't even have to tell anybody you're going to change it. You just have to tell the city if you're going to flatten it. So I just thought I should say that because I'm the one who wrote the flyer. And Alyssa and the councillor, recommended that we do this because of the confusion with James Street's owners, not getting any explanation, or at least one that, is very, very clear and very, very easy to understand. You didn't get that. So again, I am sorry we didn't do that. But I thought that I would like to tell you that it has been done and that other owners have understood the concept much better than they would have. So that's all I want to say.
I'll make a quick comment in response to that. I believe that you're likely correct that perhaps with your flyer that people are having a better understanding, but I still believe that the reality is that it is partial to a specific perspective. You've said there, Carol, that being on the registry effectively has no implications on your property rights, but that's not true. And the reason that that's not true, and it might not affect my family because we don't have the intention to demolish our properties, but the reality of being on a registry is that it does give the committee 60 days to move your property onto a designated list, thereby preventing property owners from demolishing their properties. And that explanation is not given to property owners. They're told, oh, you just have to give the committee 60 days notice. And that's the end of that conversation. And there's no follow-up that says, and just so you know also that at that point, then the committee has 60 days and they can designate your property in that 60-day period, and then you can no longer demolish your land.
Okay, can I just add one thing there for you? And that is that that is not in the flyer. In other words, what is in the flyer says this does not necessarily lead to designation. Designation is not just like snap of the finger or we're going to designate this or that. It's quite complicated. If an owner doesn't want it designated, then it's not something the city usually does. So in the flyer it says this does not usually lead to designation. It doesn't mean that it's the next step is designation. That's in the letter. And so I know that you think that that's the way that it goes, but it really isn't the way it goes. It doesn't lead to designation to be on the register, honestly. I know Alyssa would back me up on this. She knows better than I do.
60 days.
So I think at this point, we're not in the debate over the flyer. We need to get back to our questions in regards to this property discussion and our delegate. Thank you, Carol, for summarizing that. So next on our speakers list, we have Janice.
Thank you, Alyssa. Through the chair, welcome, Mark. Your presentation was excellent, and coming from a business family, I can appreciate your thoughts, and especially, talking about this is our retirement for 3 families. Before I start there, I'd like to go back, and maybe it's already been answered, but when you first addressed us, you talked about saying that we, the city, heritage people, we should be doing more. I think that is really important, and I would like some clarification on what more is, because we are here to try to do the very best that we can. So if you could elaborate on that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I really appreciate the question. I do think that we talked about it a little bit with Carol. I think that the biggest thing is real candor. That's what I believe, and not partial candor. Carol and Alyssa, and perhaps the rest of your committee, well-informed, great knowledge, partial. They're partial. They may be as unbiased as partial folks can be, the same way as I am. I am partial. And so I believe that where property owners are concerned, when they're hearing from Alyssa and from Carol that a registry has no implications on your property value, that it's not going to do this and it's not going to do that, that there needs to be more candor there. Because property owners are hearing these folks, reading these letters that have the City of Hamilton letterhead on the top of it, and they're assuming that they're, to some degree, being looked after by their constituent, by their, members of council and committee. And when the information that they're receiving is partial, they're not getting a full and accurate and honest representation. What property owners should get is something that says, this is the worst case scenario that some people are saying. This is what some property owners say. This is what we think. And let Hamiltonians and property owners, especially those who have been committed to their community for as long as my family, give them some credit that they can make those decisions for themselves. They don't need to be swayed by language that omits certain things, that there's no empirical evidence that it has negative effects. But again, what you're not saying is that there's also no empirical evidence that it doesn't have a negative effect, right? I mean, they're not showing us proof that it doesn't have an effect on our property. They're just saying we haven't found any evidence that shows that it does have an effect on your property values. And there are lots of Hamiltonians, I'm sure, who read that and go, oh, so it's not going to have an effect on my property value. But that's not what's being said. What's being said is that they haven't found proof that it will have a negative effect on our property values. So those are the types of things. I think there needs to be more transparency and more candor and more credit to our property owners as well. Thank you.
Through the chair, may I ask another question? Okay, candor, transparency. Let me get my train of thought here. I'm going down to, you're talking about assurances to your family that by putting on the register and perhaps designating, we are not giving any assurances. But on the other end, if I were to put it on our side, how are you giving us assurances that you won't demolish it? So you can understand why we think putting on the register to protect a historical building, a part of James Street that has been there. I mean, I grew up I was there in 55, not too far from you. So I do remember that, and it continues. It was vibrant, then it wasn't, and it's vibrant now again. So the good, bad, and ugly, or whichever way you want to put it.
That's right.
So that is a comment that I'm making to you, and I'm not so sure that you can answer that, because I know you can say, well, guess what? I can assure you. Thank you.
Well, to be frank, I actually can't assure you. The reason I can't, though, is because I don't own the properties. My father, my uncle, and my aunt own the properties. I can't see it happening. I mean, like I said in my conclusion, those properties are my family's heritage. I would argue, in some ways, more or equally, or however you want to say it, to the City of Hamilton. I mean, they've been in our family forever. We don't intend to demolish those properties. We intend to continue to utilize them to make a living for ourselves, to continue to assist other Hamiltonians. But what we could see ourselves doing is building on those properties, providing more rental space for other people in Hamilton. And not just rental space that's affordable, but with a good landlord who, if you call him up and you say, Morty, I'm going to be late for my rent, he'll say, give it to me next week. And you don't get that anywhere else in Hamilton or elsewhere, really. And we would like the opportunity to be able to provide more of that to Hamiltonians. And we fear that being moved onto a registry, and as is being recommended, that ultimately we be put onto a designation list, not for today's decision-making purposes, but we were specifically mentioned in the report as properties that are being looked at for designation. And we have real fears that, one, that designation will prevent us from benefiting from the properties as my family had anticipated on doing, and two, will prevent us from being able to build onto those properties and provide more affordable housing for Hamiltonians. Was that a lawyer answer?
It was, and I would love to give you another one back, but I won't.
Will, you're next on our speakers list. Will, can you just turn your microphone on when you...
Yep.
Oh, okay.
One more. Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say I've been going to Morgenstern's, I think, since I was a kid years ago. And I even remember when the building was used for Liberal Party rallies, nomination rallies, way back in the 60s. So, you know, it's been known, an important part of the community that exists down James Street. Though to some people it's unknown, but it's an important part of that heritage as well. Going to listing is just a first step, and landlords fear it, and yet it's not, you know, it's not to be, it shouldn't be feared, because it's going to take time to process through any system, and you know, you'll have plenty of opportunity to work with the city between now and then. But I would say I wouldn't want to say I wouldn't worry about it, but I don't think there's much to worry about at this point.
I appreciate that. And you said to me before that these types of things take a long time, often 35 years. For my family, 35 years on James Street is not that long.
But anyway.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Graham.
Okay, you wrote a lot of stuff down here, but thank you for coming and standing before us, Nathan. Really appreciate your time and effort. I understand your family's connection to the property and your hearts. It's part of your being. My parents were immigrated here to Canada in mid-50s, so I'm the son of an immigrant as well, so I understand what you're talking about. Now, to go from registry to designation is a huge process. You understand that, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay. So putting it on the registry delays demolition by 60 days. And it gives us the ability to say, should we look at this property and designate it? It takes longer than the 60 days to get site plan approval, right? So I don't see how a 60 days limit, it affects your family's ability to do what you want with that building. Have you added on to that building since 1960?
Yes, sir. We have. Yes, sir.
You've added property to that?
Well, we've again, some of these questions, some of them, you know, my father and my uncle might know the property better. We've certainly done many small alterations. Initially, when we purchased where Morgenstern's currently sits, was, I mean, if you've ever been inside of there, you'll see it's a large commercial space.
Yes.
It wasn't a large commercial space when we first purchased. It was a small commercial space, and we tore down walls, and we did all kinds of renovations in the 80s to turn it into what it currently is.
Yeah.
Not to mention, we do regular maintenance and things like that for our tenants who live above, including, you know, putting in, you know, approved back decks and things like that for our residential tenants. So, you know, but again, we were limited because
you realize everything that you just mentioned would not have been slowed down by 1 second by being on the registry. You know that, right?
I know that you tell me that.
Well, it's fact, because I'm on the Heritage Permit Review Subcommittee, and a designated property, we get heritage permits. We do not get anything to do with registry-only properties. Okay. So everything you described would not have been delayed by 1 second.
Okay, but sorry.
That's a fact, right? That's not supposition. And now let's go to the empirical evidence of property values. It's, as you are a lawyer, you said, correct?
Correct.
So how do you prove a negative?
It's awfully difficult.
So if you can't find data to support it negatively affects, that means the data doesn't exist. So that data, while you're searching for the one, would have shown up for the other. There's 2 big property owners in the city, or property salespeople, which is Golfy on James and Marcellus on Locke. Both of them in designated buildings. And Judy Marcellus actually went the length to designate her building. So I'm going to say, as a real estate agent, she wasn't too worried about designation herself.
Okay.
So that pretty well sets out.
Well, that sets out what Judy Marcellus has to say about it. I mean,
Yes, we can go around that circle all we want, right?
Again, I'll just make, Graham, do you have a question rather than, we're not to debate with the...
Let's read a study, and then we can, when the study comes out, then, we can sit down and we can have a conversation about what the findings of the study are. But what Judy Marcellus has to say about it, when I have other agents, they're conflicting opinions. We need something tangible. Property owners need something tangible to tell us, no, it's not going to have a negative effect.
Our committee asked staff to go find that evidence, and they couldn't. So I'm going to say it probably is just a fear. And I can't see it being any different. But anyway, thank you for coming in. I just wanted to get my little points out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Before we move on to, Will has a secondary question. Do we have any first-time speakers requesting to ask a question? Go ahead, Will.
Just the thought, I understand some of the properties, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, have quadrupled in price in the last couple of years in the Cannon James area. And, and a lot of properties have changed a lot in value.
Well, I certainly, again, I'm not an agent. I do know that property values in Hamilton in general have gone up quite significantly. Commercial spaces do not operate the same way as residential do. The spike in commercial spaces has not been as drastic as residential units. And we're now seeing the beginnings of the opposite of that, whereby property prices are shifting in the other direction. So yes, certainly since my family had purchased these properties in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, or 60s and 70s, the value has gone up quite significantly. But that doesn't mean that the money that my grandparents paid for them was any less significant back then.
No, but one store I know in particular, one simple, what is it, small store is about 20 feet?
You mean one lot?
Yeah, one lot, and it had to be the same space. Sold for $1 million, and and right next door, even years back, the Hamilton Artists Co-op sold the property there for $500,000. So I mean, property has really gone up around there significantly. Anyway, just my point.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All right. May I have a motion to receive our delegate?
I see Lynn and I see Graham.
And is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. Really do appreciate all of the comments that were made.
Thank you all very much.
Before we move on to the report, I think maybe just one thing too to clarify is that being on the register helps just with thoughtful planning and development planning. Again, as it's been reiterated by a number of people on the committee, that it's not going to prohibit development, additions, possible demolitions, or new adaptive reuse, but that trigger of the 60 days allows for thoughtful development conversations to happen. There may be something even better that happens with a plan because there's been that conversation that's been allowed to happen in the 60 days. So we move on now to our staff report. So we have before us the report. Would staff, let's go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to maybe highlight a couple of items based on the conversations that were just had and some of the comments made by Carol as well in terms of the engagement that we've done with this project. This being a community-led project, a little bit different than our city-led built heritage inventory work, where we have had formal public engagement sessions in addition to the notices provided to owners at the recommendation stage. But for this this community-led initiative, as Carol mentioned, the first phase on James, we did provide notice letters that did speak to the implications of listing on the register. There was no flyer sent out ahead directly from the BNA, but based on some of the feedback we got from that first phase, the city did bring our notice letter to the Education Communication Working Group of this Heritage Committee to get feedback on how to improve it. So there was some additional changes made to the letter through that process. And I'll show you just some text from the draft letter just to highlight some of the points in relation to the discussion so far. But I also just wanted to note part of why we as a city, although not legislatively required to provide notice before we bring these recommendations forward, is to be able to have the candor in these conversations with owners to address some of those concerns. And we do our best to provide a balanced letter to provide the key points that owners need to know, but then have more nuanced conversations with owners respecting their individual properties and some of the characteristics that might be unique to them. And I did have the opportunity to speak with a member of the Morgenstern family originally back in 2020 before the recommendations were first brought forward, in addition to the conversations we had around these deferred recommendations coming back. So I just wanted to highlight that. But if it's okay with the committee, I'll just share the letter just to show you a couple of the points and how staff are currently providing information to owners as a part of our notice of listing recommendation coming forward. So this is the template for the letters that we sent this time around, leading up to the staff report in front of you today, in terms of identifying the purpose of the project, that it's community-led, that it fits in with our built heritage inventory process, what's being recommended for the property in terms of listing on the register. And this section here in terms of what it means to be listed on the register, this was based on the feedback that we got from the Education Communication Working Group in terms of some of the key messaging that we wanted to highlight. A lot of the main concerns that we hear back from owners once they hear a recommendation to list their property has been made. And I do want to highlight this also was vetted through our legal staff in terms of the language. We do say that listing has not generally been demonstrated to impact property and resale values, and this relates to the fact that we ourselves have not yet had a chance as a municipality to do empirical study around this, but we recognize that based on the feedback we've gotten from the Realtors Association of Hamilton Burlington, as well as a environmental scan of existing studies that have happened to date, that evidence does not yet exist. And we also do mention, although, in addition to a lot of the key messaging this committee has mentioned today around it not, restricting the use of a property, not preventing interior, exterior changes or additions from taking place, and also not requiring heritage permits to make those changes or to go through those processes. We do also mention around the interim protection from demolition, the short-term delay, that in cases of significant heritage buildings that might be subject to a notice of intention to demolish, that council can consider designation to prevent that demolition. So that is very clear in our language. We're not sugarcoating that is part of why the 60 days exists, is to be able to potentially take that action. But part of the nuanced conversations that we have with owners around listing is that the reality is about 80 to 90% of the properties that we list on the register aren't necessarily candidates for individual designation. Most are, as Carol pointed in her presentation, character supporting or character defining. They're part of, even harking back to the consultant's presentation for the Ancaster High School lands, it's the sum of the parts. So individually, they might not be candidates to be designated, but they play an important role in terms of supporting or defining a streetscape or a neighborhood's character. And that's part of why we want to identify them as being of interest, have them on our register, and be able to educate owners about their value, hopefully encourage folks to actually retain, conserve, and enhance these buildings as a part of redevelopment, and at least get a heads up if we're going to potentially be losing them. So I just want to be clear that we do have that messaging already in our notice letters, and we do, as staff, have very detailed conversations with owners who do follow up in result of those notices.
Thank you, Alyssa, for describing that. So before we move on to the actual recommendation that's before us, now is the opportunity if anyone would like to make an amendment to the recommendation that's coming forward. Otherwise, our staff recommendation is that staff be directed to list the properties identified in Appendix A attached to report PED 22135 on the Municipal Heritage Register as non-designated properties that council believes to be of cultural heritage value or interest in accordance with Section 27 of the Ontario Heritage Act. So that is the motion before us. May I have a mover and a seconder?
Pardon me, I see Tim and I see Janice.
And is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going, while we are at the 3-hour mark, do any of the committee members wish to take a short recess, or okay, so 5 minutes, 10 minutes, what would anyone like? 5, 10 minutes? 5 minutes, fine. We need a mover in a second. We need a mover in a second, or
Sorry. I see Janice and I see Graham.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, so 5 minutes, and then we'll return to our session. Welcome back, everyone. So we are now on to our discussion items. So we have before us item 10.1, which is our inventory and research working group meeting notes from April 25th. So in that set of meeting notes, there are recommendations. So we're going to discuss and vote on each recommendation separately. So recommendation number 1 is that the Inventory and Research Working Group recommends that 16 Stephen Street, Hamilton, the Pearl Company, be added to the Municipal Heritage Register due to its physical design value as an early example of Hamilton's industrial architecture. And for further analysis and supporting documentation, you can consult the May 28th, 2021 SHIA for that property. Is there any questions or discussion? If not, may I have a motion to approve the recommendation?
I see Janice and I see Graham.
And as we move to vote, is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Item 2 is the Inventory and Research Working Group recommends that 115 to 117 George Street, Hamilton be added to staff's work plan as low priority for designation with the intent on achieving Part 4 designation under the Ontario Heritage Act with construction or when construction is complete. And there's an appendix for supporting documents. It is further recommended that staff be directed to work with the property owner during the development and construction process to conserve heritage attributes and use appropriate zoning procedures and site plan policies for conservation. It is also requested that staff be directed to work with the property owner, who should be encouraged to maintain a high level of property standards throughout the duration of the project to ensure the property is secured, protected, and maintained to avoid demolition by neglect. May I have a motion, if there's no discussion on that item, may I have a motion to approve the recommendations?
I see Tim and I see Janice.
As we move to vote, is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Our next recommendation is the Inventory and Research Working Group recommends that 374 Jerseyville Road in Ancaster High School should not be added to the register, nor should it be added to staff's designation work plan, as the property does not appear to meet the criteria as a cultural heritage landscape. Now this item does, we may need staff to speak with this one, as it does contradict the earlier motion.
Yes, no? through you, Madam Chair. Ken Coy, Manager Heritage and Urban Design. Yes, this would seem to be contrary to your previous discussion and vote earlier by the committee.
Maybe we just require some clarification, Janice, if you. No.
Through the chair, I guess to everybody sitting around this table, when that discussion was going on, I had a brief interlude and I asked about inventory register, and we assumed that this was going on the inventory, not on the register, because it's two different things. So I'm confused.
Go ahead, Stacy, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. It is not going on the register. It is a cultural heritage landscape inventory, and it's the sum of all properties. This was specifically looking at the property at 374 Jerseyville Road West, not the sum of it, which is what was brought before us earlier.
So that's the clarification. Okay. So as it is written, do we have a mover and a seconder for that motion?
Pardon me. I see Tim and I see Graham.
And as we move to vote, is there anyone opposed? Oh.
I see Councillor Pearson, yes.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Could you please repeat that? This is the Jerseyville, the school site?
That's correct. So when the working group reviewed this property, the recommendation was not to add just the Ancaster High School property, not to add it to the register, and not to add it to staff's work plan, which does not conflict with our earlier motion. The earlier motion being that it be looked at as a cultural heritage landscape.
That okay, I just filed the paperwork sheet, but that it be added, just a second, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, because I want to be sure, because Councillor Ferguson talked to me about this, and I want to be sure what we were saying. So the recommendation that was approved is that let me see, that it be added to the city's cultural heritage landscape inventory and mapping as part of the official plan review exercise. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And Lorraine's actually going to provide some clarification.
Thank you. I just want to be sure. Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair, I apologize. I think this is a bit of my misinterpretation when I put this into the chair's procedures. This was not so much a recommendation from the working group as a note to staff. So, in fact, it does not need approval by the committee because it really was, in fact, just it shouldn't have been considered a recommendation. That was my misinterpretation of the working group notes.
Okay.
So it does not require a separate vote as well.
At the working group, it was listed as a recommendation, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
perhaps staff could clarify my clarification.
Through the chair to Stacy, it's in our inventory and research meeting notes, April 25th.
Through you, Madam Chair, Ken Coit here again. I think we do have to make a minor revision to this recommendation based on what happened earlier. You know, that there's we need to distinguish between 374 Jerseyville Road, the property itself, and the larger district. So staff did not recommend that 375 Jerseyville Road be added to the register as an individual property, but it has been added as part of the larger group. So what's the best way to?
While we're sorting that out, I believe Graham has a comment. Microphone, please.
Yeah, I'm totally mind blown here. We recommended that it was added to the inventory, correct?
Yes.
Earlier?
that's correct. Yeah.
This is recommending we don't add it to the registry. They're two different things. How is it a conflict?
Through you, Madam Chair, Graham is correct. Let's just read it again. The Inventory and Research Working Group recommends that 374 Jerseyville Road West Ancaster High School should not be added to the register, nor should it be added to staff's designation work plan, as the property does not appear to meet the criteria as a cultural heritage landscape. So that is in fact correct. Our apologies. We were a bit surprised by this too. So yes, there is no, they are distinct.
I just.
My apologies as well, Madam Chair.
No problem. No, just so we're all clear. So that is the recommendation that's before us. Oh, yes, Will.
School, as we're
Just
talking
the
at
high school.
374, or the whole property? I'm confused. What was the inventory?
Whatever constitutes the property of 374 Jerseyville.
The whole property. Okay.
Our earlier vote was on the high school and the adjacent properties that make up the landscape. Okay, so the recommendation before us is as such. Do we have a mover and a seconder? We had Jim Graham. Anyone opposed?
No.
Oh, Councillor Pearson, you had another question?
I'm sorry, I still had my mic open because I thought I would still have the floor, but that's okay. So I just want to be sure, Madam Chair, because as I said, we have people in the audience now. The recommendation that was before us, and I think you're just reiterating it, that 374 Jerseyville Road West Ancaster and the properties in the broader area surrounding it as identified in the Archaeological Services, Inc.'s ASI Cultural Heritage Assessment, Appendix C attached to the report, be added to the city's cultural heritage landscape inventory and mapping as part of the official plan review exercise. That's what we're voting on now, correct?
No, that was what was voted on at the beginning of the meeting, and the committee agreed with that recommendation. So that has already been passed to move on to planning and council. What's before us is on page, so we're under 10.1. It's the Inventory and Research Working Group meeting notes. And this constitutes one of the recommendations that the group made just solely on 374 Jerseyville Road. There was not supported, there wasn't and supported data from the consultant to say that just the high school property warranted register and designation. So that was what the working group recommendation was.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate, and I apologize for keeping this going, but I just want to be sure that what I conveyed as chatting with Councillor Ferguson after, while we were still in meeting, he called me that this is coming to planning committee and what was here before us. So I just want to be sure I understand it now. Thank you.
Yep, no, and that's why I wanted to make sure everyone was clear with that. Lorraine, did you have further?
Yes, Madam Chair. If the working group is okay with it, I'm just going to add a little bit of language around this particular recommendation from the working group, and I'm going to add that the individual property that is 374 Jerseyville, just to make it absolutely clear what we're talking about. It doesn't change the intent of your recommendation. It's just a little bit of clarification.
Yes, through the chair, Loren, but it does say Ancaster High School, so I think that's pretty clear.
I'd like to add a little bit of language around it.
Okay.
And I think where the confusion comes in is the recommendation earlier in the meeting also said the same thing and then added the broader community. So if anyone was to read it quickly, it could be confused. Okay. Okay. So there was no one opposed to that item? Seeing none, that item is carried. Item 4 is the Inventory and Research Working Group recommends that 39 Lakeview Avenue, Stony Creek be removed from staff's designation work plan and that the property maintain its current status to remain on the register. Is there any question or discussion? Go ahead, Stacey.
Through you, Madam Chair. This was a recommendation when it's more the guidance that was provided to staff as part of the discussion. This is a premature recommendation because staff will be bringing forward a report. It was anticipated to go forward today, but it has been pushed back to next month, so that issue will be addressed then. It just has not been finalized, the report yet.
So Lorraine, do you need a motion to defer to future meeting?
Yes, I think that would make it easier so that we can make sure that this particular recommendation comes to next month, the next meeting, when the Lakeview report comes in.
Okay. So if it so pleases the committee, do we have a mover and a seconder to defer item point 4 to the next
Councillor
meeting?
Pearson and Councillor Brown. Janice Brown.
You've been upgraded. Is there anyone opposed to deferring? We're almost done. I know it's been a long meeting. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried, so we'll defer that to our next meeting. We are now on our general information. Lorraine, did we do a receipt motion? Okay, but you don't need a separate motion to receive the meeting notes? To receive the meeting notes? No. Okay. So at this time, we are now moving on to our list of buildings and landscapes. And as we go through, we will, if there's any additions or any deletions that we need to do to that property list, we will go through that. So maybe the best, if anyone has any updates for their properties, if you can raise your hand, and we'll get the speakers list going. Right now I have Janice. Are there any other updates? So we'll start with Janice, if you want to go through your properties.
Yes, through the chair, I only have 2. They're both under Endangered Buildings Landscape 13.1A, and it would be, I can hardly see this, number 7, James Street Baptist, and then down at the end, it would be number 16, Television City. So let's start with, I'll start with Television City. Numerous residents in the Durand, including myself, and I also have done the same thing here at this committee several times, and I have been reporting the property standards of Television City, which are abhorrent. And Councillor Farr indicated months ago that this property would be proactive, not reactive. I have no idea what happened, but at least 3 emails to staff here, Heritage staff and municipal law enforcement, and to Councillor Farr and to members of the Durand Neighborhood Association reporting the unsightly property at 163 Jackson Street West, which is a designated part for Heritage Building. The grass and weeds, we're talking 7, 8, 9, 10 inches, and the garbage throughout the property was ridiculous. I also met on Sunday with the owner of Mandeville Wealth Management, and that is right across the road at Fairhome, which is another building that was built 1858, and he is absolutely disgusted and has also reached out to Councillor Farr and others many times. The good news is somebody, and I have no idea who, came and cut the grass on a Monday. I went by and absolutely was disgusted because it was a half, and I will not complete the other word, job, to put it bluntly. However, this morning I walked by and obviously somebody was sent back and they have completed the work and it looks a lot better, except I will say the ivy is growing up. I didn't go around the whole building, but the ivy is growing up again on the east side, and that is harmful to that limestone 1858. So I hope that this proactive will continue, and I'm reaching out to, unfortunately, Steve Robichaud, Chief Planner, left because I was going to direct this to him, but I now can direct it to Ken. So I'm hoping that Ken, perhaps you can touch base again with Councillor Farr and municipal law enforcement and get that proactive management going, because it is unfair to the community that live around there. And lastly, James Street Baptist. I'm really concerned about this one, and this again is directed to, it was going to be directed to Steve Robichaud, and it's obviously going to be directed to Ken Coit now. There is a permit on Television City, and the permit, I'm not sure when it lapses. It may be November 2022 or December. I certainly would like to find that out, but the current permit is subject to conditions, and these conditions are not being followed. And I'll tell you, one of the conditions, the applicant submit on a monthly basis ongoing monitoring reports assessing and outlining the condition of the retained portions to city staff, that the applicant provide a written update to city staff on the current condition of the site and existing salvage features which remain. I spoke with the planner on the file, city planner on the file. She has no such reports, and she was going to direct this to Heritage. I have no idea where that stands right now. And just last week, Robin McKee, committee member sitting on this team, sent pictures to me, most recent pictures of James Street Baptist, and the small windows in the tower are demolished. They're not there, and they are to be protected. They're part of the attribute. There is a tree or something growing into the corner of the property, and as far as the window that went down in the windstorm, it's just laying in a heap. So the key thing is, where are the monthly reports? Where are the current conditions and existing salvage features? We know we had a fire in that building as well. So this is disconcerting, to say the least. Thank you. That's my update.
Through you, Madam Chair. You are talking about, you mentioned Pinehurst, but I think this question is about James Baptist.
Yes, this is the big one.
So Steve has indicated that he shared your concerns with the applicant, the developer. He's made that communications. We have looked back into the permit. It does expire December 31st, 2022. So we're going to have December 31st, 2022. So we'll have to look into that. We do have some of the monitoring reports, but we have no recent ones. So we are going to reach out again to make sure that we get those going forward. And we will make sure property standards is updated on the property. Alyssa's informed me that the windows in question were actually damaged during the fire.
Sorry, it's way up in the tower. It's not in the lower portion.
Okay.
So this is very important, and I'm going to wear two hats, as a member of the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee and as the Heritage Chair on Durand Neighborhood Association, I would really like to see those monitored reports.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can provide them as soon as we get them.
Do we have any other speakers? Will, I think you wanted to provide an update, a property update? Nope, okay. Graham, go ahead.
After losing Mr. Beeland, he had a couple of properties that were on his watch list, did he not? David Beeland?
That is true. We should reassign those.
Yeah, so St. Giles was one of his, so I'll take that one on. I don't know what the other ones were offhand.
Okay, he had Delta High School was another one. Okay.
Is it the only two you had?
Lorraine, was there any?
Pardon me. The Dunedin Grub Gardens as well was David's. St. Clair Boulevard Conservation District. Graham, are you taking the remainder of Mr. Beeland's properties? Okay.
We can share.
I'm a glutton for punishment.
We can share them around if you.
I believe Tim has his hand up.
Go ahead, Tim.
I could take the gardens at Gage Park from there if it's there. Yeah.
Will you take the St. Clair Conservation District?
I will, unless Graham wants to arm wrestle me for it. Oh, no, okay, yeah, fine.
Thank you, gentlemen, for taking on those properties. I appreciate it. Is there any other updates? If not, we do have an addition that Karen unfortunately wasn't able to join us for the meeting today, but she did want to bring it to our attention, is 3 Main Street, Dundas. It's the Masonic Lodge in Dundas. That construction date is 1875, so it's 147 years of history. It is on the inventory right now, and Karen, I believe, would take that on as a property to be reviewed. It has been used by the Masons of Dundas since its construction, but it's currently being put up for sale. So we should add that to the buildings and landscapes of yellow, I believe. So we need a mover and a seconder to bring that forward as an addition.
I see Graham and I see Robin. Madam Chair, also, I believe Lynn was on the speakers list.
Oh, okay, perfect. So is there anyone opposed to adding 3 Main Street, Dundas? Seeing none, that item is added. And go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. My property was 283 Brock Road, which was the former West Flamborough Township Hall. There have been emergency repairs done to the roof, so it is now watertight. I guess still to come is all of the damage that was done to the interior, so I'll continue to watch that.
Thank you, Lynn. And Robin, go ahead.
I don't know if this is the time, but I would like to add a property to endangered list. Is that correct?
Go ahead. Yep, no, this is a good time.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to put on Battlefield House National Historic Site. The report from the reenactment was that there was also a name change for the house. And that name change should have some sort of significance to Stony Creek and the battlefield. So I would like to put that on as endangered.
Go ahead, Councillor Pearson.
I'm sorry, I apologize to Robin, but I'm confused because Battlefield is, I believe, provincially designated, and I'm sure municipally. So I'm not sure what you're wanting to add. Is it the name of the building itself? Because I'm not familiar with what you're speaking of.
Yeah, the report was brought out by John Summers that he was canceling the reenactment, changing the name of Battlefield House, and canceling the Apple Festival. So it's protected under the National Historic Site designation. And so a local staff person should recommending a name change should go up to the federal recommendation. So
I'm sorry. So John Summer is a staff person. I'm not involved on the battle reenactment. That's not my area. But...
yeah, John Summers is the management of cultural and rec, and he had a meeting with the cancellation of the reenactment. Council had a meeting and reversed that for the reenactment will happen in 2023, but no one has mentioned the name change. And the name change was recommended, was told that it was going to change by John Summer, and that
changes from what to what? This is the first I've heard of it. So I'm sorry?
Creekside.
Creekside what?
House.
And removing Battlefield House?
Correct. And that decision, not a recommendation, should be dealt with at a federal level.
Correct. And the decision should have gone to
Council.
Well, no, it hasn't come to us that I'm aware.
Exactly.
Unless it came to Emergency and Community Services, so I'll follow up on that.
No, it did not.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only thing that came to council was the motion that Councillor Powers put on the floor Wednesday that I seconded with regards to reinstating it. Yes.
That's correct. And during that discussion of what was happening with the reenactment, it was canceled permanently. And then what Powers came forward was to have it for 2023.
Correct.
The other items that were in the mandate from John Summers was to change the name from Battlefield House to Creekside House.
Okay, and do you have the minutes of that at all, or can you send them to me?
The minutes of the meeting was secret. And so the person that would
my staff.
Yeah, the person that would have that is
I'll go through Carrie Brooks Joyner.
Yes, and Kathy Wakeman would have. She was at the meeting.
Robin, Councillor Pearson, staff are looking to provide some comment. So.
Yeah, by all means. Thank you. Sorry, this is a shock to me.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just wanted to understand. It's my understanding the site is already designated, and I don't know if it would work to add it to our designation work plan.
No, he's looking to add it to the endangered building list.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Thank you.
But it's not endangered. The issue is the changing of the name of the building. So I think if we can just put Robin's request on hold, I will get to the bottom of this. As you know, this gentleman works in the department. He's got no right to make these recommendations, and I want to get to the bottom of it. This is the first that I've been made aware of this. So,
you are correct.
Okay. So if with due respect, if Robin would like to hold off on that, because it's not a matter of a designation, it's protecting what's existing. That's what I'm gathering from this, and that's what I need to pursue along with possibly Councillor Powers and with staff. Okay.
So I think Robin's recommendation was to add it to the watch list. So that would.
I don't know what you're going to add because the building's designated. It's a change of name. I don't know how that's going to happen.
Designation list, though. It's to add it to the watch list, so it triggers conversation.
Okay.
So what would the committee like to do? That recommendation?
Through the chair, I think that we need to watch this until a decision is made or Councillor Pearson comes back with more information for us, because we are in limbo right now as to, is the name going to change?
No.
Thank you.
Ken?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see what's, the name isn't designated, the park and the...
Correct.
And it has, so I'm not sure what extra work we do or if this was even under the purview of this committee. I understand you want to watch it, but just keep that in context. It seems that the councillor has it well in hand, and it's something that would have to go to council and require other levels of government to approve the name change of a National Historic Site. So
that's correct.
Go ahead, Graham.
As this is just adding it to a list of names of buildings that we as committee members have thought to be under some kind of danger or change, I don't see it being a problem just adding it to the list. And if someone like Robin wants to keep his eye on it, more power to him.
So we have that motion brought forward by Robin. Oh, go ahead, Alyssa.
Through the chair, I just might respectfully suggest in terms of the categories, in terms of watching, as has been stated, it's a municipally designated site, it's a National Historic Site. If I'm not mistaken, it also has a provincial easement on it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's in an endangered state, but obviously if there's some re-envisioning process underway in terms of the museum itself, which is located on the property, and some change in terms of naming or other types of interpretation, then maybe the category in terms of undergoing some form of change might be more appropriate for the watch list.
So under yellow. Yellow. Yep. Okay. So Robin's put forward the motion. Janice, were you seconding that? Okay. Is there anyone opposed to adding Battlefield House to the list? Seeing none, that item is carried. Okay. Are there any other property updates that we need to do today? Any other updates? Nothing? All right. So may I have a motion to approve those updates as received?
I see Graham and I see Tim.
And is there anyone opposed to receiving? None? Okay, that item is carried. We're now on to the very end of our business. Is there any other business I would like to raise? I see Robin has his hand up. Go ahead, Robin.
Hello. I'd like to put forward a designation possibility, and with the sale of the Stelco lands, there must be something there that can be designated before it is demolished to have at least something for the Hamilton and the steel company that was there. I believe the blast furnace was demolished in 2010, but they're talking about the coke plants too that are still there, and so something should be designated before they clear that land and remediate it.
Graham, go ahead.
I got two awesome parts of that property that should be protected is the head office on Wilcox Street, and right across from it is the landscape, which is the cenotaph and surrounding area, which still exists there. Those are two areas that should be protected. And the shell of the blast furnace itself still stands. Everything else is gone.
So possibly, I guess maybe the best motion that we should put forward then, if it's a suggestion, is that that the item be forwarded to inventory and research for review. Is that fine, Robin, with what you're suggesting? Oh, you're on mute, Robin.
Oh. Yeah, we need to know. Did I turn it off again? We need to know what's there that is designated, and exactly the office and the Senate and the cenotaph is very important. There's also the medical building there too. And but behind it is the industrial stuff that we're not allowed to know what's there. But if it's going to be becoming public space, perhaps an interpretation of what used to be there is a better education tool for the new public. It's not going to happen for multiple years from now, but the idea is that don't take away what's already there so that we can interpret it in the future.
No, that's great. Thank you, Robin. So we've got the motion forward, and did you have a question, Will? Or
I was going to say.
Oh, just one second. Oh, there.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was just going to say somebody should write the company called Slate Asset Management that bought and paid all that money, and let them know that we're interested in certain properties long before. They've just bought the place. They don't know anything about it, I'm sure, and especially the properties we're looking at. But they should be contacted directly by somebody, whether it's Robin.
So maybe it's a question to staff. Have staff been in touch with anyone with the recent news for the development?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's been an ongoing planning study for the Bayfront area, and I believe Heritage has been discussed with them and is part of upcoming policy work that's going to come forward to council on the kind of planning for the whole area. So we can report back to that at inventory and research.
That's wonderful. Okay, so that's good. So the motion would be to forward this property onto inventory and research. The motion was put forward by Robin, seconded by Graham. No? Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that item is carried. Is there any other new business? Oh, Robin.
Just one comment about this. Jason Thorne posted a couple images of other cities that have no longer had their steel companies, but they still designated them. And one blast furnace was turned into like a slide show, not a show, but a slide area that you could go through it as a maze for kids. So Jason Thorne put this idea in my head.
Thank you, Robin. Any other new business for today? If not, after almost 4 hours of meeting, who would like to adjourn?
That is unanimous.
All in favor? Any opposed? No, nobody's opposed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to staff for all of your information and everything that you've provided to us. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you back here next month.